Good afternoon, everyone. It is noon, and we are in the Joanne Idolette Junior Teacher Education Center. This is the Monday, June 13th, 2022 Superintendent's Workshop. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 12 noon. And the purpose of this workshop is for the superintendent to give us many presentations. So I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have many presentations. We will slightly change the order because Mr. Seymour has a meeting that he cannot get out of a little bit later that contradicts with this time. So we will start with item number C, which is the review of the 21-22 Florida Department of Education's equity report. Mr. Seymour.
Thank you to the chair. For this report, of course, we are aware that the Office of Educational Opportunity asked that we prepare this in a way that is presentable and very accurate. And I got to say that Dr. Shafty did a great job, and she focused on several categories that we thought should be revised. And one was the inclusion of a cover page and table of content outlining the sections of the report, and updates to the civil rights policies for students and faculty, and also the new Title IX requirements. In addition to that, particular attention to the organization and content to ensure a portrayal of screenshots, evidence, and tables. So we look closer at this report. We also noticed there were several opportunities for us to add our information as it pertains to access. And communication to our parents were very vital this year. If you can look at many of those pages, it included QR codes and much more information to take into consideration if parents have access, not only access, but we're talking at home, internet service, or either phones. So if you have any detailed questions, we are here, and I have Dr. Shafty available.
Okay, thank you. Board members?
Just a few comments, maybe a couple questions. Thank you for the detailed report. I remember doing these, and it was never this detailed, so I appreciate that. When I look at student participation, basically with our students in AP and IB, obviously, we have some work to do with getting more students in these classes, especially our minority students. And the one thing that's always concerned me in that area is when I was at middle school, those students were staffed advanced coming in there. So I guess I'm talking more to Ms. Baser out here, but making sure that when they come to middle school and getting them ready for 8th grade algebra, which I know we had a real push in this year as far as getting our students in 8th grade algebra so they could take the advanced classes. So obviously, we'll continue to look at that, and we'll look at that with our work group, with the DSEG order. I also saw in the gender equity with sports, I saw where Sebastian River High School, new AD, was adding some more female sports so we could be a little bit more equitable there. And I think that's a good thing for all of us. And I'll continually look at paying to participate with our ADs, because I don't want any child ever excluded from any extracurricular, so I'll take a look at that. But in general, I thought it was a good detailed report, and that's all my comments for now. Thank you.
I don't have a lot to add. I appreciate the comprehensiveness of this report. Ditto what Dr. Jones said. I'm also noticing, in addition to ABIP, is in dual enrollment, like remarkably low, and I see you've got strategies here, of course, to increase that. One of the things that I notice, just as a parent of a dual enrolled TCE student, a lot of people just don't know about it. Less so on the IRSC side than on the technical ed side. But I'm looking forward to how we can better communicate and publicize those options, which we are one of, I think, a limited number of districts that actually has our own technical college and don't contract that out, which is an enormous asset that I'd love to build our capacity in. But I notice real disproportionality there. Other than that, I don't have anything that's not redundant of Doc Jones' comments, excuse my inability to speak this morning. And if I think of anything, Ms. Barenborg, I'm going to request the right to come back when I think of it.
I think you do that usually every meeting, don't you? All right.
I do,
Mr.
because I know how
Barefoot.
my brain works.
Mr. Barefoot, do you have a comment?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. I had also noticed like the total enrollment decrease and for AP, IB and all that. I'm hoping it was only because of the pandemic. But I have asked the superintendent about how we're going to put things in place to help with that, and he's assured me that some things are happening. I noticed the dual enrollment did increase, though, despite all that, so that's great. Athletic participation, I think the football non-varsity at Vero Beach High School really skews this data. And I understand that you want a lot of participation, a lot of kids, but how are you going to get that at the non-varsity level equitable? I do know that cheerleading is not a sport, and that cheerleading does skew that as well. However, I'm looking at what the numbers are here according to what is recognized as a sport. So, yeah, the gender inequity upsets me, concerns me. The other thing is, the one thing I looked at also is the number of teachers that we have that are female compared to male. You know this is coming, Dr. Moore. And compared to how many principals, that number is definitely different. You know, there are many, many more male principals compared to how many male teachers there are. And females, a lot of teachers, very few principals. Now, assistant principals, yes, but principals, no. So, again, I'm going to advocate for gender inequalities. Okay? Other than that, thank you for the detailed report. Yes, we're coming back to you guys. Okay. Go ahead. Dr.
Just
Shipp.
a quick thing, I'm also looking at the employment equity chart and notice that while we have made strides, we're still not there. I know this is more Dr. Moore's purview than yours specifically, you're just reporting. And while I do acknowledge, and want to publicly acknowledge that we've made some shifts in that area, I notice we are still disproportionate. So looking forward to seeing those numbers reflect the demographics of the district and of the county. So I'll have to add to that.
All right, this will age me a little bit, but remember when we used to have almost on every office, in every school, the non-discrimination policy? Anybody remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And it used to be in colored code copy. And I remember seeing it when I used to walk into this building. I just think that's so important because I've said this many times. The most important policy I think we have is non-discrimination. Religion, culture, race, sexual orientation, that just has to be said. And so I just liked it when and it used to be at every school too, if I'm correct. Also, do we keep track of any complaints filed, whether it be through Title IX, sexual harassment, or whatever it may be, and then those that are resolved? Do we keep track of that, Mr. Bass, so we have that information? Okay. I would just like to look at the resolutions and, you know, where it went from there and how it's going. So that's just my input, Dr. Moore, on that non-discrimination. It used to be all over, and I think that's important. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Seymour. Dr. Shafty, appreciate that. We'll now go back to the top of the agenda. Mr. Bass will start us. This is a safety and security update. We thought it was timely based on the incidents that took place in Texas to provide a board with the update and afford the opportunity for the board to ask any questions they may have. Mr. Bass.
Yes, sir. Through the chair, good afternoon. As Dr. Moore said, given the unfortunate events in Uvalde, we felt that this would be good timing. I'm just repeating you. Good timing, given that we were bringing our SRD and SRO contracts for approval tonight. So we have a presentation for you that is going to focus on two areas. It's going to focus on mental health and also focus on safety and security. Keeping in mind, we do have our closed session each year that is confidential. Therefore, there may be some areas that we cover here that we are not extremely foreseeing or open, because obviously for security reasons we can't be. So I believe Mrs. Dampier is first in the presentation.
Through the chair, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to say I really appreciate giving the opportunity. Back in January, we did a brief update on mental health, and we were asked to bring that information back, some additional information, and so I'm very excited that we're put together a presentation. I have Dr. Lewis here that will, she's our Director of Student Services, that will co-present with me. I would be remiss if I do not say a huge thank you to our team who has worked really, really hard to put this PowerPoint presentation together. Ms. Bass, Mrs. Magoo, Dr. McMahon, and Mrs. Cashin-Schmidt. That's the team that has really worked hard with this. So, mental health wellness update. Today, we will provide an overview of the mental health supports currently in place and plans that we have in place for 2022-23 school year, which will include how we will measure the impact, as well as how we plan to monitor for next school year. The ultimate goal is to increase mental health supports for the students of School District of Indian River County. We're continuing to thrive, and you'll hear more about that, and increase the supports for students. We're very excited that we were given the opportunity to hire a new mental health case manager, and with the hiring of this case manager, this will allow our mental health specialists, as well as our social workers, to provide more time with direct services to students. We're also pleased that we have a partnership with community partners to add additional data and New Horizon counselors that have been allocated, and you'll see more about that in the upcoming presentation. We will ensure that now that we're going to be able to monitor the impact, how we're going to triage the supports that we provide. It will not be one size fits all. It will be database decisions as to the staff, where the staff is providing that support. And for the 22-23 school year, we will continue with our anti-vaping campaign. We started that this January. We did a really good job. Ms. Bass worked with a lot of our secondary schools, and you may have seen her out in the parking lot, really making sure that we have a lot of information regarding anti-vaping. And then this year, we're so excited that come August, we're going to roll out our anti-bullying campaign. Youth mental health first aid training. According to Florida statute, all school personnel must be trained in youth mental health first aid. They must have this 6-hour course to better identify, understand, and respond to signs of mental illness and substance use disorders, and youth experiencing a mental health crisis. And this is very important, so important that, we've been providing training in the past, and we just were not getting staff trained at the rate that we wanted them to. So we were offering Saturday courses, a few courses in the afternoon. So we have a new plan of how we're going to approach providing training and building capacity at our school sites. Our goal is to have all of our school personnel trained by January 2023. And we've already started that work. Mrs. Bass has been working with schools. They've all signed up, so we know that our staff, 100% of our staff, will be trained as of January 2023. Anti-bullying campaign is going to kick off the first 2 weeks when we come back to school. We're very excited about that work. It will focus on kindness and being an upstander in our schools and our community. Well, it's going to be a culminating community event that will take place after that. We're also going to make sure that the schools have quarterly activities and resources that will be implemented. This will be facilitated by our school lead counselors and counselors at the school. So we're very excited. We're going to do a 3-pronged approach: anti-bullying, anti-vaping, and attendance campaign. So you'll see all 3 of those happening each quarter at our schools. Mental wellness advancements. I'm going to just say, over the last 2 years, you will see that when approaching our mental health wellness activities, we utilize the multi-tiered systems of approach, which is based on the problem-solving model. In alignment with the MTSS framework, we have implemented supports from the preventive activities to individualized supports, and you will see it gradually increase. SDRC has progressed in our mental health wellness supports district-wide, and you will see we added staff from 20 to 21 with the addition of our 13 school counselors. That gave us a foundation where we didn't have to plug in mental health specialists who were doing that work in 2021. They were the ones on the ground in all of our elementary schools. We also, during that time, added a new Horizon counselor, and we added the Altos pilot program, and then we added 4 mental health specialists and social workers. In 21-22, we added 3 more additional mental health specialists, and which gave us a total of 7. And then we added the new Aspire program, and we added 2 school lead counselors. And that was very instrumental so we can provide that support at our schools. We have added staff and supports throughout the years to continue and enhance our preventative supports while increasing students' access to direct mental health services. Additionally, with the creation of the district mental wellness team, we will be able to closely monitor mental health services monthly to ensure the fidelity of services. And that's important. For this coming school year, we will have a team. You will see in 22-23, we plan to have a monthly data review by district mental wellness team to look at the data and triage that support to our schools. It's not going to be a one-size-fits-all, that everybody will be assigned mental health specialists, et cetera, but as far as how many times and the number of days that they go out to the school, it will be based on data. And we will be using that data to make decisions. Also, you will see in 21-22 our circle of care, which was mainly provided by our mental health specialists and social workers. That was a little overwhelming. So now that we had school counselors, we trained our school counselors to be able to provide that support for this coming school year. They were trained, so this coming school year, 2022-23, they will be able to provide that first layer of support for that circle of care, students who need additional services outside of what we can provide, and make sure that we follow up on that. Trying to think of what else. We're very excited also that we're going to be including the mental wellness dashboard. Dr. McMahon is going to be working on that, where we have all of our data housed in a dashboard that we can look at it, one-stop shop, and make those data-driven decisions. So we're very excited about that. And then we also are excited that we're going to be giving 3 additional data counselors for a total of 5 that will be housed at our secondary schools to provide support for counseling and really just be able to provide that additional layer. They will be that additional layer of support at our schools above our mental health specialists.
This takes us into where we're looking at where mental wellness has an impact. Of course, we know that this is something that is necessary in terms of our students being successful. So looking at our measurable outcomes, we wanted to start here and looking at that academic piece. With the increase of mental health activities, we will see an increase in academic performance. We see positive results in academic growth, even when the impact of COVID was there. So you see that across reading and math, visible growth even with the challenges of the pandemic. Those increased levels of supports, our school psychologists, mental health specialists, and social workers are delivering is visible through this growth captured. And just reflecting on our graduation rate, as you can see, at 95%. Was a positive result. However, we always want to increase our level of supports, including our strengthening of our academic life skills and behavioral interventions to continue to increase our graduation rates. And during the 21-22 school year, we evaluated the early warning systems data, which is accessible through our Power BI, to identify students with increased EWS indicators, and that includes academic attendance and behavior. We developed the alternative intervention measures, which is our AIM program, to support these identified students. And Mr. Brown and Mrs. Ainge, I have to commend them. They worked diligently with this program. And just, again, it's a monitoring system, ensuring that our students are successful in going out to the schools and following up and tracking these students' academic progress. So that's been something I've been very supportive, and I feel like we need to continue on our program to ensure continuation of that and strengthening of that and making sure we're catching more of our students that are on that, and increasing that the support.
With the AIM program this past year, each school, secondary schools, there is a list of EWS students, of course, and Mr. Brown and Ms. Ainge had, say for instance, there were 200 students. They were able to pick our most challenging students that needed the most support, 15 students from that list. So next year, our goal is to make sure that all of those students who are on that list at each school has an adult that is monitoring and looking out for them to make sure that they are improving. And we're going to continue that program again next year with Mr. Brown as well as Ms. Ainge, and they're very excited. We look at that data quarterly with the principals to make sure that we are seeing impact with students moving from that list.
Can you say what EWS is, please?
Early warning systems.
Thank you.
And, sorry, as long as we're interrupting for acronyms, I may have missed it, you may have said it, the AIM program, AIM, it stands for?
Alternative intervention measures.
Thank you.
So we're moving right along. We've had a soft launch of the attendance campaign last year. As you know, we had those challenges with COVID, so that put a damper on full implementation of that campaign. We want to see an increase of students' average daily attendance district-wide. Our social workers and mental health specialists have been doing home visits, collaborating with community providers, and working with school teams to individually problem solve around students who need additional supports through the multi-tier system of supports framework. This past year, we implemented some interventions for the first time that are targeted at student behaviors such as Aspire. I just want to make sure that you kind of see where the decrease was in our average daily attendance, looking at past years of 2020-21 to now 21-22 school year, and also looking at our count of ODRs from one school year to the next. And so, you know, just touching on and looking at these measurable outcomes that are very important, we want to be able to ensure that, again, our students are receiving the support that they need. So we will be able to triage support to address the needs of the students to decrease ODRs. Due to the increase, more students on campus, for example, keep in mind last year we only had approximately 65% to 75% of students on campus, depending on the quarter. We saw an increase in ODRs as well as a decrease in attendance. The decrease in students participating in the virtual platform contributed to a decrease in attendance. In terms of the increase of ODRs, this indicates the need for more direct mental health services. And in terms of addressing the increase in ODRs, we are strengthening continuity of PBIS district-wide. We currently have 13 recognized PBIS schools and will continue to increase school-wide expectations and common practices. And looking more so at our measurable outcomes involving class removals and students with disabilities, classroom removals include our in-school suspension, out-of-school suspension, Aspire, and all-TOS. Keep in mind we are now in our first year of implementation of Aspire and our second year of implementation of the all-TOS program. I just want to make sure you can see the increase of and that decline. During the 2021 school year, we were unable to have consistency with the mental health resources in the all-TOS program. Therefore, during the 21-22 school year, we were assigned a mental health specialist to support this program. The pandemic had an impact on the mental wellness of students. This was evident. It is presumed that this resulted in an increase of ODRs, as well as classroom removals. However, I cannot leave out the fact with the need for mental health staff and resources, it's necessary to provide these supports across all programs. The addition of the mental health specialists to serve ALTOS was impactful, as we can see in the following slides. Excuse me. I just wanted you to at least be able to take a look at the data closely in terms of ALTOS, our Alternative to Outside School Suspension Intervention Program. And just, this is the second year of full implementation of the ALTOS program. During this 21-22 school year, we added supports, including a full-time SDRC mental health specialist. The goal of this program is to provide students with an alternative to OSS by providing academic and mental wellness supports. There is a reentry process that takes place with the student returning back from ALTOS. We have the school counselor is connecting with that mental health specialist to encourage a successful return to the school. I'm excited to just looking at the numbers in terms of reassignments. We want to look at our recidivism rates, and that's how we are able to measure the success of the program. So we saw that recidivism rate of 7.7%, showing that out of that 480 students assigned to ALTOS throughout the year, only 37 were reassigned, indicating a positive impact overall. And just looking at our Aspire program, our alternative school-based program to inspire renewal excellence, this was another intervention that helps us to, again, decrease those ODRs and those, repeat offenses. This is our first year of implementing the Aspire program, which is only available in the secondary schools. The goal of this program is to reset, rethink, restore, reentry. In this program, the students have the opportunity to engage in one-on-one reflection and goal-setting process with the teacher. Aspire teachers have been provided with ongoing supports and training on programs such as restorative circles, life skills, and behavioral expectations. This program has had a positive impact and on students who may have previously been considered for an in-school suspension. We saw a recidivism rate of 13.6%, showing that out of the 1,169 students assigned to Aspire throughout the year, only 159 were reassigned. And so moving forward, we want to know how will we measure the impact of mental wellness activities in 22-23 school year. We're looking at, of course, research is our guide. There's a wealth of data supporting the impact of mental health supports in schools. According to the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, early interventions is key, and comprehensive school-based mental health and substance treatment systems must be in place to increase student academic performance, to decrease the need for special education services, to decrease disciplinary encounters, to increase student engagement, and to increase our graduation rate. Moving forward, Dr. McMahon will create a mental wellness dashboard using Power BI to measure the following measurable outcomes. That's academic performance, the number of students requiring exceptional student services, discipline, student engagement, graduation, and attendance rates. The district mental wellness team will meet monthly to review the data captured on this dashboard, and we want to be intentional in what we're doing, and we want to ensure again that we're looking at the data, we're making data-based decisions. That is extremely important for us to inform us on next steps moving forward. So we'll be doing that on a monthly basis. Getting back to in terms of our academic impact, this will be measured through iReady course failures and students performing in the lower quartile. We will measure the number of students requiring individualized supports and services through ESC. To measure discipline, we will measure the number of ODRs throughout the year. Engagement will be measured through the annual climate survey conducted with students. We will pull from the survey specific questions regarding student engagement and measure this growth annually. Attendance will be measured in a couple of ways. We will measure the number of students who are chronically absent, as well as ADA, and I know we have these acronyms, average daily attendance, to capture all students who may need problem solving directed toward attendance through the multi-tier system of supports framework. We will launch our quarterly attendance, anti-bullying, and anti-vaping campaigns for the 22-23 school year, which I'm really excited about. Additionally, we are implementing a quarterly principal protocol that focuses on the graduation requirements to ensure we are identifying, monitoring, and intervening with students. And I say this because we want to ensure we're not losing any students. We don't want any kids falling through the cracks, so I love that we're moving forward with this monitoring piece to ensure that we're targeting the students for ensuring for graduation. We're providing training with all administrators on school-wide expectation consistent with the PBIS framework, Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports framework. At the elementary school level, they will be embedding the Kids at Hope framework into their school-wide culture. The Kids at Hope framework helps establish an environment where teachers make connections with students. At the beginning of the school year, all schools will be spending focused time on school-wide and classroom expectations to set the tone and expectations for the year. Our goal is to see PBIS being implemented with fidelity in all 23 schools and an increase in PBIS model schools district-wide. Overall, it is too early for us to do an inept systematic analysis of this available data due to variances in data as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The data derived from the 21-22 school year will be used as our baseline moving forward so that we can determine the continued impact of mental wellness activities in our schools. What we know is from a preponderance of data that as students' mental wellness increases, we will see a direct impact in several areas. The areas that directly impact students' safety are an increase in student engagement and a decrease in the number of ODRs, demonstrating an improvement in overall student behavior.
Questions?
So if you have any questions about that, just, from my standpoint, mental wellness is everything. We know we've had a lot of challenges throughout the school year and previous, 2020-21 school year. But I think to speak from my team and our student support services have worked diligently. They're embedded into our schools. They're working hard to meet student needs, and we have done that. I feel like with all the challenges, we have been very successful in doing so. So I'd like to end with that.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis and Mrs. Dampier. You want to do the second part and then questions at the end?
It's totally up to you.
Okay,
Yeah,
all
we can
right.
do that.
So if we go with the PowerPoint to the second section, please. Focusing on the school security and keeping our students safe, which, it is good that we have academic gains and successes, all types of other successes for our students, but our number one priority is to make sure that we keep our kids safe. And, especially this day and age, that is critical for all the other successes to occur. Looking at the safety of our students, I've broken this up into two different sections. The first being prevention. And the first item there, the Fortify Florida, see something, say something. I really want to hit on that because if it seems like whenever we do have a situation in our schools that someone knows about it prior to the school and school staff knowing about it. Fortify Florida is a web-based app. It allows for individuals to anonymously report any incident that is occurring or what they feel is going to occur. And we do have some schools and students and parents that use this better than others, so that we're going to have a concerted effort this year to ensure that students do know that this is out there and parents do know, because it will allow us the opportunity to intervene before things do happen. The notification on it comes to school administration, selected senior leadership, law enforcement, and whenever we get it, whether it be at 9 a.m. in the morning or at 11:30 p.m. on a Friday night, you can go to your communication device and you will see most likely that law enforcement is already working on it. And I know we do have our law enforcement agencies in the room today here supporting us, Vero Beach Police Department, Sebastian PD, and Sheriff's Department, and they have been great partners and work very well with us. So, you know, if anything else we get out of today's presentation, Fortify Florida is critical to keeping our kids safe. The next item that I want to bring up is Raptor. This is a visitor registration system that helps us be in compliance with the Alyssa's Law and also the Jessica Lunsford Act that was put into place years ago. Individuals who come on campus have to run their driver's license through this instrument, and it will send a silent alarm to front office staff, administration, and law enforcement if there is someone that tries to gain access to campus who is a sexual predator. Raptor also has other features, one of which that we're going to take advantage of this coming up year. We are doing a AED response teams at each school, and we are programming a code in Raptor so that if there were a medical emergency, this code would also go out to the individuals who need to be aware of a medical situation. Site drills. This was put into legislation, I believe, in 2019, and we monthly do active assailant drills in the schools. Cannot commend our administrators enough as to ensure that these drills are productive and are preparing us, hopefully, you know, if something ever were to occur. Also, we do tabletop drills, which are just as valuable and important. It does not involve the students, but it allows for that open dialogue between the site administration, law enforcement, and district staff, which undoubtedly is going to lead us to keeping our kids even more safe. And then reunification drills and tabletop drills, we do those. Governor DeSantis just signed House Bill 1421, and one of those items in there was you will have to have reunification drills and plans already in place. Got to give credit to Mr. Teskey, who was this week at the Safe Schools meetings for DOE, and he has done a wonderful job with this. Actually, we got to put this in place last spring due to a situation that luckily turned out to not harm anyone. So we're a step ahead of the game there for House Bill 1421 in that particular area. And then lastly, the training is our threat assessment teams. And this is training that is conducted to individuals who then in turn train their staff on threat assessments. It's originated by DOE, who has worked with law enforcement professionals to provide this, and the FBI. And it's where anytime that we have a situation in a school that is deemed a threat and it has criteria to identify if it is a threat, they go through these steps of this process. And you have a team that does that. That team is going to consist of counselors, school administration, law enforcement, some instructional staff, and they go through and they determine if the threat is credible or not credible. We have gone through this several times at each school. We do not leave anything alone. If it meets that criteria, we go through that, and we've trained staff on that, and they execute these drills very well. And again, law enforcement is a vital role in these threat assessments. And the last item on prevention is data collecting and reporting. Anytime that there is criminal activity at school, we are required to report it in SESR, which is School Environmental Safety Incident Reporting, which is important because it gives you an accurate picture of what's taking place in your schools. But why it's also important is it allows for information to go into the Florida School Safety Portal, which is a database that information can be shared amongst agencies such as DCF, law enforcement, DJJ, and select school staff, so that we know, again, what is taking place in the community and what's taking place with our students and at school. There's strict governance on the information and how it can be used and who can use it in the Safe Schools portal. If we move on now to facility protective measures, when I think about school safety, I always think about it from the outside in. And when I drive by a school, or, you know, I'm a visitor coming or just a community member, the first thing that always stands out is that law enforcement officer is there. And again, you know, I can't say enough about the job that our partnerships that we have. Coming from another school district that had just a tremendous relationship with law enforcement, I was, you know, kind of curious as to how it would be here in Indian River County. Have nothing but positive things to say because all are very accommodating and work with us very well. But we do have SRDs, school resource deputies, and SROs at all of our schools. The next thing I look at for safety is the perimeter fencing and gates. You know, and any time there's violence in school, you know, being a lifelong educator, I always try to look at the prevention aspect of it. How did the individual gain access or something like that? And, you know, yes, we have perimeter fencing around all of our sites. But, you know, sometimes individuals are going to jump that fence, and what it appears to have happened in Uvalde. And, you know, keeping gates locked, keeping gates closed is critical. Staff has been instructed and taught to keep a keen eye out for when gates are open and unlocked. The only time they should be open and unlocked if it's for ingress or egress for the function of whether it be the school or a event. But we do have the perimeter fencing around each of our schools and each of our site facilities. I know that we do have some buildings that serve as that external envelope barrier, and they do have doors that open out, and that's something that we need to look at moving forward as to how we ensure that we can keep those doors, have an alarm system or something when they open up, so we're aware of that. The next item is a single point of entry and vestibules. All of our schools and all of our facilities have a single point of entry. That is something that was put in place in statute in 2019 as a result of the Stoneman Douglas shooting. Indian River County had already started prior to that, having that. So everybody has a buzzer system to come in, and an identification system. And as we move forward, we'll be doing more to make sure that those entries are even more secure. Camera and radio system. The cameras, if you recall, last year we approved an agreement with the Sheriff's Department of allowing Sheriff's Department to come in and their real-time crime lab studio where they can see, I forget what the exact terminology of it is, but where they have cameras all around the county so they can see what's going on. They have access now at our schools, so if there's a situation that comes up, they can go straight in and see what's happening in our schools. Our camera system in this school district is extensive. I know a lot of you have called me about things that happen. I said, well, let's go back to the cameras, let's see what we can find. And 9 times out of 10, we've got it on camera, and which helps us to correct that action that occurred, but also helps us to learn and prevent future actions from happening. But the radio system too, in addition to the communication through our phone systems, we have the P25 radios outfitted at all campuses, and then also the communication link with Raptor. And then lastly is locked doors. All doors, external doors are locked. Propping doors is not allowed. It is something that we look at, we look for. I know in our our code compliance audits, I think in years past we've had identified as doors being propped open. We just want to clarify for that because I know that this year that number had gone down significantly. It was 5 doors this year, but those were internal doors that were deemed, they're called smoke doors, so they're in a hallway and they're trying to prevent smoke from traveling further in the hallway, but that particular school has been notified and we are watching that closely. But, unless it is for the normal course of the day, the ingress and egress doors are locked to the facilities also. So, there are lots of other things that we do that obviously I do not want to say here publicly because, in this day and age, somebody could be watching this and say, wow, there's a vulnerability to come in and harm our students. And, that they are the most prized commodity that any community has. And again, I feel like we are doing a really good job. There's always room to get better. But, again, can't say enough about the job that Mr. Teskey does in our law enforcement agencies also. Thank you. So now I guess if you have any questions of myself or Ms. Dampier or Dr. Lewis.
Okay, let's start with Mr. Barefoot, since he spoke last or didn't get to speak at the last one. Mr. Barefoot, are you there? Do you want to speak to this presentation, Mr. Barefoot? Oh, turn on your mic.
Mr. Barefoot, we can't hear you.
We need to hear you. Turn on your mic.
You need to unmute.
Can you unmute him?
He probably unmuted us.
Yeah.
Muted us.
Okay, well, we'll start with Dr. Schiff then. Go ahead.
Okay.
Can you send him a message?
Of course, I've been thinking about and focusing on this for months, not simply in my school board role, but also in my professional academic role. This is the area that I spend a lot of time focusing on. First off, thank you. I know Ms. Dampier and I have gone back and forth a lot on this, so thank you for all of those updates and additions, which get, trying to think of a big enough word, but so much closer to what it is I've been asking for. How do we measure? How do we know the results we're producing as a result of our intervention? So thank you for that. And thank you, Mr. Bass, for how comprehensive that is. What I know about school safety, and you mentioned it, Mr. Bass, you said you look at safety from the outside in. I look at it from the inside out as well, and I think both things are equally significant. I think what I appreciate about this presentation is the understanding and the demonstration that school safety occurs both externally and internally, and that those two things need to work in direct concert and collaboration with each other. So I really appreciate how they've been put together here. And I think also, to both of your points, SB 7026, SB 7030, and now HB 1421 have all spoken about the importance of both aspects. I also want to reiterate Mr. Bass's shout out to law enforcement. I know some of you are here for the outstanding job you do, both in our schools, but also the relationship we've been able to create around that, as Mr. Bass mentioned, I think is perhaps not unique, but certainly a particularly special aspect of how we do this work together in this county. So thank you for that, and thank you for your presence here on that. I'm looking around to, whoever I see in that, but thank you. This presentation has two parts to it, and so it's hard to get all the questions in to both parts. I'm going to start on the part where I feel most focused and most adept, which is the culture and climate piece, and what I would call the internal aspects of school safety, and what I might also refer to, we talk about target hardening, so we talk about hard aspects of school safety, and we talk about the soft aspects, which is the mental health and other behavioral interventions around school safety. So I want to be I want to be, more than 100%, 1,000,000% clear that these two things must coexist, cannot exist without one another, and have to operate in collaboration and cooperation with each other. So I really appreciate the ways in which we are reflecting on that in this county, in this district. Ms. Dampier and Ms. Lewis, I'm going to start with you. You mentioned in your report, you talked about something called triage supports. And I wondered if you could explain that phrase and how you're using it in this context. I think I know what you mean, but just because I think I know doesn't mean I do or that others have that same understanding.
I'm referencing triaging in terms of looking at the need of students. So, and that's in terms of specific, again, back to looking at the data informing you where the need is. So we may have students that may have increased, needing, maybe trauma-informed care, or maybe just needing, in terms of just more support, in terms of mental health supports. So and that's based on referrals that we receive that come in from one school to the next. So that's how we are able to generate and know where the direct needs need to be in terms of our priorities. So we have to prioritize because, as you know, we really, truly, if I had maybe a magical wand or anything, I would love to have mental health, more mental health professionals in our buildings. And there's a need, always a need, and that's a national need as well. So sometimes we have to look at the data and determine based on the referrals that come in. Sometimes some schools over others need that priority, need that direct line of care immediately. So we have to look at our schools, in terms of the need, our resources that we have, and then we make those assignments in terms of where our mental health supports need to go.
So what I hear,
I'm just going
you go.
to chime in. Also, I will say this year, we started a little bit of that work, but we know we have to be intentional next year, for this coming school year, with looking at what resources that we have at our schools. Before, we did not have a school counselor. So when we think about mental health and social workers were used, like that first layer. Now that we have school counselors at every school, how do we use our school counselors and what supports can they provide? Again, I gave you the example of how we were doing the circle of care, which we had counselors who who could help with that process at their school. But because in the past we didn't have that layer, our mental health specialists and social workers were doing that work, that initial work, which shouldn't be. So when we look at current resources in our schools, and when we look at the data of reports. I can give you an example. I was at a school, elementary school, a couple of months back, and a principal asked for support. Well, just because they thought they needed that support, I went back, spoke to Mrs. Bass, and we looked at the data. The data didn't show that they needed an additional day of support. So, of course, she contacted the principals. We just need to make sure that they are documenting and putting this information in the system, and that's how we're going to determine whether or not you get, 3 or 4 days or, 2 days, et cetera. It's not going to be like everyone gets 1 day. We have to really look at the needs. We have some schools, some high schools, and some of our secondary schools that really do need a lot more support, but we could not provide that because we're giving everybody the same level of support. So we're looking at data to make those decisions of where we place our staff and how many times and, per week, et cetera.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Love hearing that. And also what I hear in the conversation about triage, we're talking mental health supports, we're talking trauma-informed and responsive care, we're talking, SEL, PBIS, MT, restorative circles, all of those things, and we're looking to see who needs what when, what resources we have, where are the gaps, and I would add, I hope in the future we'll also be able to track that through Mr. Fagan's office, and have some understanding of where we're allocating financial resources as well as human resources on that. You mentioned in your presentation that there's now a mandatory 6-hour course, whereas before it was a little catch as catch can, right? It wasn't, wrong word, I know. But it wasn't as structured or mandated in quite the same way, and now it is. My question about that is, 6 hours is helpful and it's a good start, but what's the follow-up on that to make sure that practices are in place consistent with what's delivered in that training? How do we do that? Or do we have a plan for that? Or I'll give you an out. Will we have a plan for that?
Well, just keep in mind, this is not a one and done. Our staff, our personnel, once they receive this training, this has to be, they have to have this training again in about 3 years. So, again, this information is not something that they're going to receive and that's it. They received it and it's done. This is something that they have to have, to be able to support our students and just to have that awareness and knowledge of these mental health issues that students, have challenges with, and how to be able to navigate some of those, and of course, and be able to connect with the professionals that are able to work with our students. So they just must have that knowledge. So,
And we're also providing trainings quarterly wherever, there's space and opportunity. When we have a PD day, we're offering trainings to schools that they can sign up, school teams, because we just don't want a school. We want school teams, or we want I'm saying Ms. Bass because she was adamant about making sure that school teams, before we had a few people here and there trained at the school, that was one thing that she really fought hard to make sure that we implement all school personnel. And so we've started that work, and it should, we have a plan to complete that work, but in between there, we're constantly offering trainings that deal with mental health throughout the school year. So it's not a one and done that principals can sign up for.
And I'll reiterate your shout out to Ms. Bass, because I 100% agree with that. It's not occasional, it's not one person, it's a team whose job it is to disseminate throughout the school when not everybody can get the same level degree or should have the same level and degree of training. So, yeah, thank you for that, agree. The anti-bullying, anti-vaping, that whole campaign. To whom is that targeted and how? And this has come up before, where my concern is often when targeted only to students, depending on the level, the degree, the attentiveness, and a number of other developmental issues. Students are not always the ones who are most responsive to information, and so is that designed to be internal to school and students, or is that also designed for parents and communities and other supports?
It will be a community. We're actually, for our anti-bullying, a part of that is going to be a culminating community activity. We're going to do 2 weeks of anti-bullying campaign. It's going to start out. We'll do that quarterly, but we already have a date, and you'll find out additional information of where the community is going to sign promises. Our students are going to sign promises within that 2-week time. So we really want to make sure that everyone, it's not just the students, it's the community, it's everyone knowing that we really want to make sure that our schools are, people are kind. And
Yeah.
And we've worked really hard so far, like I said, with the anti-vaping. We put a lot of, you've seen on the website, we have a monthly theme that we put out, as well as there's been community partnerships with that work. We have them coming into our schools and collaborating and making sure they train the students, as well as I know, again, we've gone out to the schools and trained the principals on, the vaping, the vaping as well, and ask for them, these are the resources that we have, what menu, what's going to fit your school, because every school is different, but we want to make sure that they get, they're knowledgeable about that. And so they'll see that. This is planned. This was not something that just because we are doing a board presentation, this was already in the works. We had already planned to do this work for next year.
You mentioned, I'm going to keep going because I'm probably going to speak less in the rest of this whole workshop than I am on this particular issue. So I just want to acknowledge that I may take more time here, but it'll be counterbalanced later. You talked about a circle of care. Can you explain to me what that is and how that works?
So typically, we may have students who present with some challenges in terms of suicidality, for example. And so if there was a Baker Act that took place, when a student is coming back from a crisis stabilization unit, there needs to be a reentry process for that student to be able to ensure we have the wraparound supports when that student returns. And just, again, like a check-in, for example, with that student, ensuring that student is doing and okay, and as well as support for the parents. Also, it's just not just for, in those instances, a student may have some sort of trauma that they were exposed to, for example, and so that a circle of care meeting may need to take place, again, to determine, how can we support and problem solve around these issues and challenges. Could be, associated with home environment, school issues, it could be related to that, and so on. So we're just trying to identify how can we better support the student to be successful academically. So, and that could take a number of team members that may be a part of that, the student as well as our community partners. We have that mental health collaboration. So it may be a mental health agency may be a part of that meeting as well in that conversation to support that student as well in their success.
And it was important that we spread that to Altos. This year was the first year. We found that was a missing link. And now that we have a full-time person that's allocated from the mental health funds that's at Altos, we were able to make that connection where the mental health specialist, as a part of that student returning to Altos, they connect with the school counselor, and they have a conversation to determine next steps. And if it is determined at that point that a circle of care is needed, that's implemented when the kid comes back. That was not there previously. So, we're looking at all aspects to make sure our students get what they need as far as services.
Thank you. Now I'm going to I have a few other things, but not necessarily in order. One of the things that I did not hear, and I understand that it's not the focus of this presentation, but I want to continue to call attention to mental health and other supports for adults. While we're focused a lot on the well-being and safety of our kids, we tend sometimes to overlook the well-being of our adults. And to the degree that we can build, to the degree that we can build in additional mental health and other supports for the well-being of our adults, I think that's foundational and fundamental to the well-being of our kids. So I'm hoping that that's part of what you guys are whispering about over there and are going to tell me about.
I know through Human Resources that we have the ERP program that's available for all of our employees, and that offers counseling, all the wraparound services that we provide for students, that's provided for adults, and it's confidential. And we just sent something out through Mr. Fagan's office to all employees. I'm sure, I think you would have seen it, and it talked about what these services were and that it was confidential. A lot of times employees, they won't go because they want to make sure it's confidential.
Sometimes, too, the issue is not always just one-on-one individualized counseling, but rather how people in an environment, be it a school or be it a substantive area, can actually have some, what I'll call, in effect, safe spaces to be able just to talk about their experiences and know that their experience is not unique, other people can relate to it. Sometimes things need to be done about it. but sometimes you just need a space to be heard. And I have had that experience in training teachers and adults in other behavioral practices, where the relief that's felt, and to just be able to have a moment to be vulnerable with your peers and then get back to work really helps.
Dr. Schiff, I know that for the beginning of the school year, when we have teachers come back, if everything gets approved, but I had a session scheduled for teachers in terms of, we know that we need to have self-care strategies to be able to be successful in our jobs and in our work. So I do have a couple of sessions for August 5th that I will be delivering, and that will be helping teachers to identify those self-care strategies for them to be effective, you know, in terms, not even just your work life, but just successful in terms of your everyday and dealing with navigating just the challenges of life. So that's an area of passion that I have. And I think that that's something hopefully that we can continue in a couple of sessions. It may not touch the surface, you know, like totally like how we would like it to on a bigger scale. You know, I think that it's a start to at least have people identify those at the beginning and not wait where it's too late, you know, you're in the middle of it. And you know, teachers had a tough time this year. I heard that, you know, throughout this school year. And just from everything that's happened, I think everybody, in terms of the pandemic effects, it had a major impact on how you, you know, approach, you know, your work life, or just, you know, just being able to get out of the bed and get to work. You heard those things; those are struggles and challenges that could affect adult attendance, you know, being actively coming to work. So that's, you know, where we are, but we hope that we can, throughout the school year, be able to give some tools, some strategies for our educators to be successful here in the school district of Indian River County.
Can you tell me what is the role of, you mentioned data counselors? Can you, at the schools, can you tell me what is their role and what they'll be doing?
So we have students that have some challenges with, for example, substance abuse. We have, you know, we talk about the vaping issues, other substances that take place. So the data counselors are there to provide that, you know, treatment, that support to give to students, and to be able to increase their engagement in some of those things. Of course, we know that, I mean, it's definitely negative impact on their wellness, mental wellness, and their health in general. We already know, you know, the impacts of, like, for example, the vaping, and how that can be so, over a period of time, can have a significant impact on your physical, you know, your behavior, mental health, there's so many layers, you know, in terms of your ability to be successful in your work. If you come to school and you're under the influence, you know, these are the things that can really, truly impact your inability. You know, you're not going to be able to graduate if you're, you know, not focused, and you have these issues with, you know, an abusive situation that you're utilizing something that could be negative. So this data counselor is there to kind of help the student address some of these things, but not really so to there may be some interventions outside of the school system that, of course, that would need more care, because, you know, that person is only there as a good guide to be able to help them.
I'm completely confused why they'd be called data counselors. Unless you're saying you're relying on data from outside sources to demonstrate.
No, it's a drug abuse.
Oh,
Yeah.
Another
okay.
acronym.
It stands
We
for
need a better
something.
acronym, because when I hear data, I'm thinking Dr. McMahon and he's providing data and there's some kind of intervention based on data.
Your face was kind of.
Like I had no idea what you were talking about.
And just so you know, we do, of course, get parent permission. Everything is done.
course,
but
yeah.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah, no,
I
okay.
apologize, Dr. Schiff. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, I was lost on that. I hear data, I think Power BI, Dr. McMahon, dashboards and systems, and, yeah, you lost me on that one.
Sorry.
Okay,
It's our world. Sorry.
okay. There, in the slides, there was a dramatic increase in ODRs. I know that part of that derives from, we had a lot of kids out of school in those 2 years of the pandemics. Did you take a minute, how do those compare to pre-pandemic years? Are they markedly higher post, 2021 or pandemic years, or are they consistent with pre-pandemic years? And do you have any, thoughts or explanation? And if you don't have that information now, I understand, and you can get back to me with it later.
We'll get back with you on that, because I don't want to tell you incorrect.
Because I'd be interested, the
it was
increase is so
down.
dramatic. I know
It is
that
down.
it's,
It's
a
down.
lot of it is kids out of school, but if we were to compare it to other more normalized years, then are we seeing these dramatic increases? And then what's our understanding of that or analysis and our response to it, would be my question. And then the last thing, you'll all be glad, I'm just about done, is that when we talk about, I of course appreciate the focus on research, because all of this should be research and data-driven. How we do school safety should be driven by data. I would encourage us also, to the degree possible, not to rely only on quantitative numerical data, which sometimes loses nuance, but to also rely on qualitative data. Can we do focus groups with students, with parents, or whomever? I'm not going to tell you how to do this at this moment. But qualitative data often gives us information about perceptions that's really not captured in our quantitative measures like surveys and other numerically based data gathering systems. So I'd encourage us to take a look at how we can best do that. It's one thing to know what students may say on a survey that they're responding to. It's different when we have them in a room talking about their perceptions of safety in their environment and their responses to that. And I'd say that's true for students, for parents, for community members, for teachers, for all of our various constituencies.
And I will say that we currently are doing that with students. We do the Superintendent Student Advisory Council. We meet quarterly, and we bring in all the students from all of the secondary schools. And the schools, they tell us which schools students are there. And from that information that they give us, we really listen to what they have to say. And they're blunt and open, and they will tell you. They said there is a problem with vaping. There is a problem with the restrooms being locked. When they tell us this, we act on it, and we put processes in place. We would not know that there was this huge vaping. You'll hear about it because we would, but the students was like, no. They were in their focus groups, and they were saying, it's happening at so-and-so school at this time. And they're telling you,
Yeah.
So they give us a lot of information. It's just not on discipline. It's on academics.
Yep.
It's just, transportation. They'll bring in, the cafeteria food, they hate it. They give us good information that we ordinarily would not have if we don't have those focus groups. And so that's one area. We'll make sure that we continue to do that. That's already planned for next year. But a good idea would be including the parents and having them come in and talk about that.
Yeah, perceptions of, there's how we, the things we're doing to provide school safety based on legislation and best practice. But that's not always consistent with perceptions of safety, which matters as much as, and sometimes more, in how we interact with the community around difficult issues like this. Okay, I have a couple others, but I'm going to stop.
Okay,
Let you
thank
guys move on.
Did we get Mr. Barefoot back? Okay. Mr. Barefoot, can you hear us? Would you
And
like
thank
to?
you for your indulgence. I know that was a lot.
I can hear you.
Okay, would you like to speak to the presentation?
Well, I think I'm just going to say I'm getting some feedback, so I hopefully you're not getting it. But I spent the morning in another school board meeting. I'm on the board of the high schools here in Vermont, and the same topics from mental health to school safety were the primary discussion topic, obviously because of the times. And a lot of what was described is similar. There are differences. I think the state and in Vermont, we've gotten some direction from the Department of Education on some of these issues. I don't know that necessarily if something came from DOE in Florida, they would be the same, but I think I think Dr. Schiff made the comment that a lot of this is focused on students, and you hear a lot about the students from people that speak at our citizen input. But I think as important are the adults, the teachers, the administrators that deal with kids every day and have to deal with whatever issues they may be facing at home. So I'm glad to see that it's a two-pronged approach, not just kids, but also making services available to the adults that are part of the school district. How you can also help the parents of kids that are struggling is an interesting and challenging question. And that's something that when I'm there in person, I can discuss with Mr. Dampierre and Mr. Bass. At any rate, I thought it was very well done. It's very comprehensive, and any tweaking that needs to be done, we've got obviously a couple of months to do that. And as far as the safety part of it, I thought that was also well done. There's some other things that I learned this morning that might be applicable here, and I can take up those offline with Mr. Bass and his team.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Jones.
Thank you very much. I think the mental health and safety information does go together. We have always heard about the art and science of teaching, you know, the safety component, what we're going to do, what are the facts, what do we need to do, and then the mental health is the staff knowing its students and making sure they have relationships so they can talk to people. It's a combination. Just a couple questions on the first part. So glad when we put our counselors at our elementary schools. Mr. Fagan, were they, I believe they were supported by our ESSER money, is that correct?
To the chair, no, ma'am. Originally, they were put under Dr. Moore's direction when he first got here in that first year. Then we used ESSER funds to help support those, but no,
Okay.
they were originally put in the original SAM that we implemented.
So when the ESSER money goes away, are we going to be okay there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that was crucial. I think in talking to elementary principals, I know they each have a focus area, what they need to work on, but it has been very, very good for the schools. Right now, just again, to make sure I'm correct, we have the new data manager for the mental health, and then did we add one mental health counselor, so we now have 7, Ms. Dampier, to our originals?
Yes, we have 7, and that was added last year.
Okay.
For a total of 7. We were able to use ESSER funds, but we already have that. We'll be able to support that person with the mental health grant, so.
Okay, great. I think when you talk to any administrator or teacher, they'll say it's a tough year and discipline comes up quite a bit. So obviously, that's one of our early warning indicators. And the other thing I really, really think we need to work on is the attendance. You know, 90% in my opinion is not good enough. That means you're missing 18 days. And I know with COVID, obviously there's been an issue getting everybody back 100%. But unless the students are in the classroom and getting the instruction and the student engagement, it will affect us. So as we move forward, I just think that's one of the most important things we can do. Ms. Dampier, would you please describe for our audience the real difference between Aspire and ALTOS, just because we kind of throw those things out there once in a while?
Aspire is formally what we would. Aspire is what normally, or what previously schools would have what they call in-school suspension, but Aspire is more than in-school suspension. The students get their services, their ESC services while they're in Aspire. Also, there's a component in there for restorative circles, as well as a reflection and goal setting. So when the students, you know, they're working one-on-one with that teacher to, you know, why are you in here? You know, what could you have done differently? So there's really some conversation to make sure that these students, we don't have them returning. And the difference with ALTOS is, and we're very pleased we implemented that 2 years ago. Right. Those students are the ones who ordinarily would be out of school suspension.
Right. Okay.
And so we really want to give them, we really want, if they're at home, they could be watching TV, that kind of thing. We really want to control and make sure that our students are getting their work, that they also talk to someone there, the mental health specialist, to determine why they're there, and again, what could they do differently so they're not returning to Altos. That was very important to us because previously we did not have the control of the mental health specialist position, and so this year, if we wanted to do it with fidelity and do it correctly, it was important that we allocate one of our staff to make sure the kids are getting it day to day, day in and day out. And we've had the opportunity to go visit all of the Aspire classrooms and Altos. We've even taken our union president to randomly, I've taken her to see both unannounced, and she's had an opportunity to see Altos and ACE as well, to see what it is, because you hear people talk about it, they think it's a party time. It's not. It's very structured. The kids come in, they're checked in, they talk to the teacher. We have an excellent teacher, one of our teachers who are there, Miss Wallace. She really, her personality does well with those students. It's a calming effect. But those kids have a schedule. It is a schedule, so they're like they're in school. So it's not a fun free fall.
Okay, and I'm very glad that PBIS is going to go out to all of our schools. I think it's effective.
Can I add with Altos, what Leslie Wallace has done from my observation, sometimes students are disconnected from their academics, and she's readily working with them to ensure that whatever the activities, assignments that may be lacking, she's making that connection with the teacher that, at the student's home school, and just ensuring that the student is getting back on track academically. Just wanted to make sure that part of it too was explained.
Good,
And
thank you.
successful.
Thank you, Mr. Bass, for a very detailed information on safety. I read all the information that Mr. Teskey put out at the end of the school year right after Texas. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I became a principal 6 months before Columbine, and my life as a mom and as a principal changed. I'm just going to tell you a couple emails I got, and I talked to Mr. Teskey about this. We all received emails, but a couple personally and a couple calls is a couple of teachers asked, if this kind of situation happens, are we going to be okay with people helping us, SROs and so forth? So I know that's something we may talk about later, but it really, really impacted me. My grandson will be in a Texas elementary school this fall, so you think about all the parameters and guidelines. And, as former principals, you have this big red book. You don't open it up when there's a crisis. You better know what's going on. You've got to know every single detail. Obviously you talked about Fortify, Raptor, site drills, training, the training that we have with our SROs, and I was part of that program when it started at Vero Beach High School in 1987. And having one on every school campus, Vero Beach Police, Sheriff Department, Fellsmere, is absolutely essential. And again, I talked with Dr. Moore and Mr. Teskey about this quite a bit. One thing I did see was a concern where students would be opening doors where they shouldn't be. So obviously I will follow up on that to see that we do have that single point of entry. They just be opening a side door at the end of the hall or something. So there's just things we need to follow up on. On the single point of entry, which we have all gone into, we ring the bell. How many times are those people who are in charge of that not letting someone in? Do we have any information on that? Because if they don't know the person and so forth, what good is that single point of entry?
I don't, through the chair, I don't know how many, but that's something I can definitely get and ask. I do know sometimes that I may go and not have my badge, and they interrogate me pretty decent, and I always get a little kick out of it.
Good.
But that's good. That's
Yeah.
good. But I can find that out.
I just, because that's a huge responsibility. And I know most people know me, not all the schools, but it's a huge responsibility to check on that. The threat assessment team, are those, how often do they meet, Mr. Bass, our threat assessment teams?
They meet when there's an incident that requires them to meet.
Okay.
Unless they,
No.
please, Ms. Dampier.
They meet monthly.
Okay, all right.
And we monitor that. That is actually one of the the things that I asked Ms. Bass to do to make sure that we receive a copy of the agenda, we know what's going on, we have a team site that we utilize together so we can see all the teams that are on there, make sure they have all the team members, and making sure that they're meeting monthly. That's required, and so we're monitoring that.
Okay. I read about the tabletop drills. Now, I know each charter school has their own board. Are they keeping up to date with everything they need to keep up to date with as far as what is expected? Do we have any answer on that?
Through the chair, they are for the most part. I know Mr. Teskey has had some struggles
Okay.
getting documentation from time to time, but, you know, and I don't want to speak for him, but for the most part, yes, as far as the protocols that have to be in place, they are keeping up with that.
Okay. And again, we want the safety of every child in this entire district to be okay. The Fortify and Raptor, obviously that's been working for years. I was not familiar with that, but I did get up to date on that. And then the site drills, those are happening once a month, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Again, I just go back to, you know, we can have everything in place, we can have that book ready to go, but the most important thing for staff, former principals, administrators, you know what I'm talking about. You know, you're there each and every day, and you are in charge of those students' lives. And you don't know what it feels like unless you are the person in charge. And I'm looking at a few principals who have been out there. And, you know, when I was at the high school, and I started there in '98, we had none of this, okay? We had the SRO, one SRO. Now, Dr. Moore, how many security people did we add at the secondary level?
Through the chair, it'll be a total of 13.
13, okay.
Additions for a total of 26.
Okay, 13 and 26. And their main, obviously we have SROs on every campus, but their main goal is keeping the perimeter safe. And what are their other responsibilities, just so our parents know?
Arrivals, dismissals, monitoring hallways in between class, lunchtime supervision, restroom supervision. So it is, you know, we talk about having eyes in all places. A camera can only do so much, but when there's an adult who has the opportunity to be in constant movement, roaming throughout the campus, we just drastically increase the level of adult supervision that we need to have in place.
Okay. And again, just to go back to the very beginning, mental health and safety, it really does blend, knowing your students, knowing your staff, and what Dr. Schiff said earlier about our staff and Dr. Lewis just having help if they need it too, because again, I was at the pre-Ignite on Friday for about an hour, and the climate surveys were just being released to the principals and assistant principals and looking at how people are feeling and so forth. That's important to look at that from our parents and students and teachers' perspective on how they feel about the safety of the campus. Do they have people they could talk to? Do they feel comfortable? And again, this is just something that goes together. That's all for now. Ms. Berenborg?
Okay, Mr. Rosario.
Thank you. Make sure this is on. I have quite a few questions. I'm going to ask Mr. Bass if you can, I didn't hear it in the presentation, if you can just reiterate if you did. If not, can you address the Guardian program and why we do not have the Guardian program in our schools?
Through the chair, I did not address that. The Guardian program, and it was a result of, I forget, Dr. Schiff can.
7026 and then 7030.
726.
It was enhanced in 730, 7030.
Yes. Brought that as an option to have either the guardians or a law enforcement officer at each site. That was a decision that would had to have been made by the school board at that time. From my understanding, School District of Indian River County Board did not go that route. And also the sheriff has to be willing to also go that route. So I did not bring it up because it was not something that we had presented during my time or Dr. Moore's time here. And we are in a good place with our law enforcement officers at each site.
Yeah, it's important for us to mention that because obviously I've been, many people have asked about the Guardian program, but it is critical because the sheriff's department, the sheriff is responsible for training those who who would be guardians in our schools. And I forget the name, it's kind of like a pseudo police officer from like 9 to 3, or whatever that term is. I don't know what that term is. But that person would have to be specifically trained by the sheriff's office to have that permission to be that title, or whatever it is, to carry on campus. And obviously, we can't do anything, we can't opt to do that without the sheriff first saying yay or nay on that issue. So that's why we have just school resource officers in our buildings. So I think it was important for us to bring that up.
Thank you.
So thank you for that. I do have some questions on the mental health topic of discussion. First, I want to say the presentation that you all presented was not included in the backup items.
That was we made some updates with the data. We were having problems getting the data, and so we added that actually over the weekend. We were up 3 o'clock in the morning trying to make sure that that data was updated. So
Usually when that happens, we get a printout, and we don't have any of that.
okay. I apologize for that. Should have gotten a copy.
Yeah, so not having us prepared to be able to see that in advance of the presentation is concerning. There was a lot of information in that presentation that I would have liked to have seen before, and being prepared in advance to have that as a backup is part of the whole process here. So if we can kind of think, keep that in mind for the future. This happened, I think, last time as well, and it's pretty concerning. So if we can go to the presentation slide, since I can't refer to a particular slide right now because I don't have it in front of me. I don't know where the slide is. I'm actually going to go to the ODRs. Oh, you can, okay. Okay, right there. Sorry, thank you. No, that's okay. Okay, so count of ODRs. The 8,162 count of ODRs for 2021-2022 school year.
Yes.
When was that count? When was that measure counted?
That
Or-
represents this school year.
I'm sorry?
That represents this school year.
Yeah, I know.
The
When was
total.
that number looked at? Was that this weekend's number that you were looking at?
Through the Power BI.
Okay. So the count of ODRs, for those people who don't know, ODR stands for Office Discipline Referrals. And that means that if a student has a discipline issue in a school, the administrator enters into a system called the ODR system, or whatever the system is called, the actual disciplinary action. So it could be theft, it could be contraband, there could be disrespect, disruption on campus, fighting, forgery. There's one that's gambling, harassment, inappropriate behavior, parking or driving offense. There's sexual assault, sexual battery, tobacco, e-cigarettes or vaping, transportation use only, trespassing. There's a whole bunch of different infractions there that could be entered into an as an ODR, right? What I'm seeing here is that there is what the district seems to be doing based on your presentation is that you are bulking every ODR with a mental health concern.
I'm sorry, can you just explain when you mean bulking?
It seems to me that you're saying that every ODR or every disciplinary referral is a mental health issue.
There are layers of different issues that can feed into that number. Not saying that mental health is the entire representation of that number. There are a variety of things that can take place, in terms of, again, there could be environmental things, environmental factors. There can be, academic issues. Maybe a student is not totally engaged or focused, and so there's something that takes place in terms of why the student is off task and may engage in some sort of inappropriate behavior. There's a number of things that, could generate where an office discipline referral may occur. I would need to look at, in terms of qualitative information, I would need to look at each referral that is entered into focus to, be able to speak to, some of those issues and things that may generate that number.
But that's what was presented before. It was presented as part of the plan for mental wellness, for the mental wellness impact, or to address mental health services in schools, that school counselors would provide mental health services depending on the data, and that the goal is to decrease the number of ODRs in this framework that is saying that all of the ODRs or all of the disciplinary referrals are mental health issues, and that's not the case.
That's not what
No,
that's not what I was saying.
We're just measuring how, we just put in the count of office discipline referrals from last year comparing. Is there an increase in, our number of referrals? Because based on that, we look at supports that we need to provide. In our Power BI, we have specific areas that we can, it really breaks it down that we can see the types of referrals. And we do individual problem solving with that data. So this is just an overall picture of what does our office discipline referrals look like. We do that more in depth with problem solving, our problem solving teams.
But what is that? Where is it? You said before you'd have to look at the actual disciplinary referral in order for you to determine whether it would be a mental health. You just said that right now.
I'm just saying that we know that we're looking at, in terms of looking at our quantitative data, there are other layers there's indications of, why an ODR is generated. That's just a given. In terms of, there could be our early warning systems we're looking at. In terms of, is the student attendance we're looking at?
Bullying.
Are they, academically performing? There's layers of areas that have an impact on, on office discipline referral. We know that. I can't say and speak to that it's always a mental health issue.
Who gets to make that decision? I guess that's my
area.
question is, who gets to make that decision? That a student misbehaves, there's an ODR on a particular behavior. Who makes the decision that this particular referral has to deal with mental health concerns?
Okay, so again, ODR is typically initiated. We're talking about a student that engages in a behavior, that teacher referral would come in, but you're being more specific in terms of, that's something that...
I am. That's my point, is that we're providing information here on attendance and disciplinary referrals for mental health, for the mental wellness impact, but what you're not providing is what the tiered support model looks like. So I don't see what that tier, because you mentioned that there is a tiered support model. So in my head, all I'm hearing is we're turning our schools into mental health facilities.
No,
We
we're
are
not talking about the
mental-
multi-tier system or supports framework. Again, we're talking about a problem-solving model, and there are different layers of supports. And when we talk about tier 1, 2, and 3, we're talking about, what every student gets in terms of tier 1. So that's one thing in terms of our academic supports, and those layers that we talk about positive behavior intervention supports. That's a framework. And then we talk about, tier 2, which is more of our supplemental supports that are provided for those students that may need, again, that a little bit of something, maybe a check-in, check-out, a monitoring of such if they are having some academic or issue that's happening, even in terms of, something that's they're dealing with and some of those behavioral challenges. And then we're talking about that intensive part of it, which is our tier 3, where we know that there's some students that may need more individualized focus. But again, when we're talking about all of that, there are different layers, there are different issues that we're looking at. We have to look at the whole child. It could be an attendance issue. It could be an academic issue. It could be a discipline issue. It could be something that's happening environmentally, something at the home. There are a number of factors, indicators that we are looking at, and so that framework is how we're able to navigate throughout the tiers at what level of supports does a student need. And mental health is a part of that. In terms of that 4-step problem-solving process, that's, mental health is another layer of that framework. We talk about the academic supports. We talk about our life skills supports. We're talking about, again, in those intensive supports that are needed for the students who may need more supports when it's maybe some traumatic event. So there's not just, mental health issues. We talk about our academic issues, our mental health issues, there could be environmental issues, things that we have to sometimes provide community support, pull from our community supports to help wrap around the student for them to be successful. So there's so many layers, board members.
And that can come from, say, for instance, if a teacher sees something in a student that a student is experiencing in a classroom, that they see something different, they may go to the school counselor, they may go to the principal, of course, they would contact the parent, of course, but something's different with Johnny. It could be through a referral process where the kids are in a fight and you notice something that's very unusual, or the kid put in their statement, when they write a statement, that things that they're experiencing. So it varies. We put the office discipline referrals in here because we know discipline, a lot of times, some of those result in students having issues with bullying. All of that leads to some, parents wanting us to talk to the students because they're being bullied. They want to kill themselves or they want to commit suicide. They're cutting. We notice that they're cutting on their arms. So it varies.
Okay, what I don't see, I heard twice that you can't do anything that we would get parent permission, but I did not see anything in this presentation that stresses parental consent must be sought and must be provided before any mental health, any discussion on mental health or mental wellness is, or any services offered to the student.
That's in our mental health manual, and it's part of our training.
Where is the mental health manual? So we're not fully provided with all of this information in order to give the correct or to give feedback.
And our school counselors and administrators were trained with the new bill that we had for the parental rights last year. Everybody was trained on the process for that we're not, everything has to be approved. And and moving forward for next year, as a part of the enrollment process moving forward, parents will have to say whether or not, or give permission for that.
I hear parents have to give permission a lot, and I hear that that's what we're doing, but it's not actually what we're doing.
Okay.
So there was a survey that went out to students just recently. Apparently, parents were given the opportunity to provide permission to take that survey, and many parents never received any permission. And some of the survey questions on there, it wasn't a school district survey, but it was provided through the school district survey without parent permission. So some of the questions on there were, and I'll read it to you, and this is why it's very concerning. When I hear parents will be given the opportunity to give permission and they're not, I'm concerned. Have you ever had sexual intercourse? How old were you when you had sexual intercourse for the first time? During your life, with how many people have you had sexual intercourse? During the past 3 months, with how many people did you have sexual intercourse? Did you drink alcohol or drugs before you had sexual intercourse the last time? The last time you had sexual intercourse, did you or your partner use a condom? The last time you had sexual intercourse with the opposite sex partner, what one method did you or your partner use to prevent pregnancy? During your life, with whom have you had sexual contact? Which of the following
get the
best
point.
describes you?
That,
So I'm very concerned when I ask parents, this survey went out. Did you receive a permission for this? And parents tell me, never saw it. Never saw it.
that survey is from the Department of Health.
I know
And
that.
it's through Mrs. Bernie's office, and we actually had a public records request. That process is, the parents do have to sign up for, we don't have anything to do with that. They
I
only
know
have-
that. That's
But what
not-
I'm saying, they would only have access if the parent approved for the survey.
But I'm asking you, if if we are providing parents with information that say, here is a survey, it's up to you to write, to give permission for your child to take this. If a parent has never received the email in the first place, never received the email, but we are told all parents were given the opportunity to give permission, but they never did.
We don't have access to that survey. We don't even have access to the survey results. It's through the Department of Health.
But we are offering the survey through our school district. And according to the Florida Parents' Bill of, the Bill of Rights in Education and the Bill of Rights, no survey is supposed to be submitted out without the parent's permission at all. So my concern is not to talk so much about this survey. My concern right now is that if we are going to put parents' rights first, then we have to make sure that all of our presentations start and lead with that they lead and they end with parent permission. Parents must provide permission for any mental health services. They have to be given the permission to agree to it, and they have to be given the permission to opt out of it. Whether we agree or not, if a parent opts out, that's the parent's choice to opt out. We are not mental health facilities. Now, I know, because I've worked in schools, that there are students who need to talk with someone and who need a support system. But again, we are not doctors, medical facilities. We are not psychiatry offices. We are not social work places for any kind of issues that have to deal with mental health in terms of, you said that every school, you actually said the triage supports is based on referrals from one school to another. I've never heard of something, such as that.
Through the chair,
That's
let
what
me,
that's what
let
I'm
me,
quoting.
let me
So-
respond.
So I just want to make sure that we are moving forward, that we are, you talk about data. Where is the data? I haven't seen the data.
So,
I've been asking for the data for months. I haven't seen any data.
not sure what data you're referring to, but to take one isolated incident and blanketly throw it across this district is disrespectful to the teachers who are doing this work. That's one isolated incident in which they don't get the survey unless a parent form is signed and returned. Then they have access. We will look into that one specific case. But to make an accusation that the system is disregarding the law is misleading, inaccurate, and not appreciated.
Yeah, well, you could say whatever you want, but I have my own opinion. And so, in my opinion, as a school board member, as an elected official, for as long as I hold this position, I have the right to question. If parents are supposed to be given the absolute authority to make educational decisions and mental health service decisions on their children, then that is the law. And no one is accusing the district of not doing that. All I'm saying is we have to make sure that we begin and we end with permission that has to come from the parent with regard to mental services. There is no disrespect for teachers. This isn't a teacher presentation. In fact, if you want to talk about supporting teachers, I would suggest give teachers back their classroom rights. Give teachers back the opportunity to be creative in the classroom. Let's remove teachers from administrative positions. Let's remove teachers from bus duty and hallway duty.
We're digressing.
Let's remove teachers so that we can support teachers in what they're supposed to do, which is teach.
Mr. Rosario, do you have a question?
I'm making statements here, and I have some
Understand.
more questions. So with response to what you're saying, it is not disrespectful. It is my opinion, and it is my concern that we address parental rights, the Parental Rights Bill and the Parental Rights Bill in Education.
Our parental rights. We empower teachers. Teachers are going back to a 7.5-hour day. They don't allow them to do duties. This is just grandstanding.
That's not grandstanding.
Madam Chair,
It's not grandstanding at all.
Yes.
just a question. I want to be clear on this. Was this survey sent out by the school district?
No.
Okay, this survey was sent out by the health department. And in order
Through
to,
the school district.
all right, will you just give me the specifics, Ms. Dampier?
Our health services department sends parent permission, and the parents, they tell them what it is, and then they sign up to complete the survey. We don't even have access to go get the data. That's sent to the Department of Health. All of the information, all of the data we don't have access. That's put on their dashboard and all of that. But the parents have to give permission for the students to partake or the parents to partake in this survey.
Okay.
Is this a mandatory survey? Are we required by the Department of Health to do this?
I would have
We
to
could
get
find
that
that out.
information.
Another question that I had was in regards to a position that was on here, and I think it was on one of those slides, or it might have been on Mr. Bass's presentation. It said, it had a circle and it said new caseworker, additional data, and New Horizons counselor. See if I can find it. I think it was on Mr. Bass's presentation,
No,
page
it's on ours.
3.
It's on ours.
Just found it. It's on page 3 of Mr. Bass's. That's okay, I'll read it. It says, increase mental health supports for students, the first circle says, hired a new caseworker and additional data and New Horizons counselors. But what is being brought to us tonight is only a request for one position, what is this?
Those are community positions that were allocated through community agencies.
But this says hired. Hired, that we've
Hired.
hired all of these positions.
No.
Through the chair, I think it hired the case manager,
Hired
but I
it.
think
But
it
then
was
the others
included
are in
the other
addition.
positions
Yes,
or
I
through
don't
a
have my
state
sheet.
agency or
So is
community
this-
agency.
So is this new caseworker the one that's on the agenda for tonight?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, and that's the one that we've brought forward and do board briefings and discussed.
But it says caseworker, is that the same as the case manager that you're talking about?
It's a new mental health case manager.
And it says additional data. What did the data stand for?
Again, we're talking about our drug abuse association that has the counselors that provide.
I'm sorry, I can't hear
The
you.
data, the data counselors that we're talking about, it means a drug abuse, right? What we're talking about is a drug abuse treatment association. That's who's providing the counselor. It's one of our community partners.
One of our community I'm trying to
One of
hear.
our
One of our
community
community partners is providing counseling on drug abuse and what?
Treatment association. That's the acronym.
That's what it stands for.
And who is the partner that's providing the drug abuse and treatment association?
That's the,
That's the actual association? It's called Drug Abuse and Treatment. And so how do they provide additional support?
I explained earlier that they are, when students have those challenges and those concerns, they were able to work with them in whatever has come up in terms of that offense. Instead of us, we're always talking about, punitive is not the right method. We need to address the problem. So that counselor is giving that student, information, making them aware of the effects of this behavior that, in terms of that they've been engaged in, that can be alcohol, that could be, marijuana, paraphernalia, et cetera.
So our school counselors are providing this
No,
drug?
school council,
No,
not-
You
it's
just
the
said
data
counselors
counselor.
providing
This
this.
is- Yes, that's community, a community agency that's providing that additional layer of support at our secondary schools.
You know, we
Not
have a
our-
mental health collaboration,
that
so we
in-
have different counselors.
So is that in our schools? They're providing this service in our schools? Or are you saying that our schools are offering a referral to the parents to take the child there? Which is it?
They come to the schools.
They
They're
come to the
there
schools.
Providing,
We have them housed at the school.
It's
We have,
internal.
But the parents signing off on
Yes,
that?
the parents
There
have
has
to
to
sign.
have
yes,
permission.
The parents sign off on it. We can't do anything without the parent's signature.
So they would come to the school and provide services on,
Just like New Horizons, yes.
It's a
they-
referral.
Some of our New Horizons are housed at the schools, but these are all referrals that parents, we have students all the time. Sometimes they have marijuana, sometimes they have vaping.
so how, where is the, what is the permission slip? Like, someone has to, who gets that permission slip prior to the student receiving?
all of this is worked through, our school counselors are
Yeah.
having those conversations and making those connections. Ms. Bass can come and give more detail.
We've had these services in our, we've had data, we've been sharing between three. Yes, for years.
Correct. We need,
here for over 10 years. And also New Horizons have been coming into the schools in this county for over 6 years. So it's not something new, it's just additional employees. They were able to, these outside community agencies were able to get additional funding. And so they've, offered it up. They knew, data knew that vaping was such a big concern. And it's my understanding, I think, that when they receive a tobacco citation, that one of the things they have to do is to go and meet with the data counselor. And that's in the student code of conduct, I believe. So that's how, and parents always have to give consent for this to happen. But it's more like of a preventative, data is more of a preventative. It's not a treatment, so that part's, it's a preventative.
so I've known
for-
about New Horizons. I have
Okay.
not heard ever about
Data.
data.
Yeah, I
And
think
so-
probably because the acronym too, people see it and they think just data. But it is an agency that has been a partner here for a very long time.
So even though they've been partners with us, what we have not had for a very long time is the law that requires parental consent.
Right, but I believe that it has always been their community agency. They have always had to get parental consent. So
Okay, but
before,
this isn't-
before this even happened, they've had to have consent to see a student.
Okay.
So now, it's been policy here that you have to have consent. Parents have to give consent for any
Yeah,
kind of
but
services.
their policies and their procedures are theirs.
Right, I
this-
understand. I was
this-
just telling you that prior to the Parental Bill of Rights, these outside agencies have always had to have parental consent.
But now we have this law, and so this law requires school districts to establish that process, not outside agencies. So we
Right.
can't defer and say, oh, well, they're doing it. We have to establish our own procedures to
We-
make sure
we
that we
do.
are getting that.
We have those procedures already in place.
And what are they? I
Well, they're
mean,
in the mental health
It's
manual.
a form that they fill out.
Yeah.
There's a referral
It's
process.
a referral. It's-
So if a student gets these services, where do they get it? How do they get it? Are they pulled from a class? Are they
So
pulled
are
from?
you talking about data, or which one are you talking about?
Either
You're talking
one,
about anything?
either one.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
either one.
yeah, so it's during the school day, and they do try to take them out during an elective course, or sometimes physical education.
Lunch.
Yeah.
Lunch,
A lot of times,
right?
remember lunch.
Yeah.
Whenever they can, some they have to take out, just when they need. when they can.
And what is the follow-up with parents on this, on these services?
After the referral's made, the consent is signed, and the student sees the counselor.
Yeah.
Usually, the counselor is the one that's in touch with the parent afterwards.
And they give whatever
Yeah,
happened
whatever.
during that and whatever, I don't even know what would
Yeah.
be provided.
I mean, it's, each case is, is specific to that student, so, but the counselors are trained to share information with the parents, that the students feel comfortable, and, you know, they just,
Yeah, I have serious concerns, I really do. I mean, we're in the business of educating, and we should focus on educating.
We're required, to make sure that those supports are in place for students.
Yeah, we are required to make sure supports are in place, but where do we draw the line between what's too much support and and we're providing services or opening up Pandora's box of,
Ms. Rosario, if they're getting parental permission, the parent has got a big role in this. And
That's
it-
fine.
But, how much is too much? The way I look at it, as much as the parent wants that we can give them that avenue to get, is what's best for the kid, because it does put it back in the parent's hands.
without question, but our counselors should be focused on educational,
Our,
what?
our school counselors are, and then
Not
if it's,
this.
if
This
it's
is
some,
saying our
but,
school counselors are going to take the role of, our school counselors will now be providing mental health services.
but our school counselors
Circle
are,
of
but
care.
if it comes to the point where it is something that needs or falls into the realm of mental health, they're there to do that also. Plus, you have the additional staff.
Yeah, I'm not convinced.
Okay.
I need to see the data. I haven't seen the data. I'm not convinced, but that's my opinion, and I'm just one.
Madam Chair?
But that's okay. The law says that if we do not provide any of this, that parents can essentially sue. And if we're overstepping our bounds in any way, they can get compensated. All right, I'm done.
You done? Okay, Dr. Jones?
Dad has been here longer than 10 years. I've been gone as a principal 13 years. What I saw was a great asset to our parents and students. I would always say, please don't take them out of class, so they'd have lunch with them, and it was really cool as far as the one-on-one. And it was still parent permission then. They never came on without parent permission. As far as the ODRs, I never thought that all came through mental health. If you look at those ODRs, if you really separate them, how many times were they just there one time for tardies? And then you go on and so forth. And then with early warning indicators, you see where there is an issue. And every parent I call where there is issue to see what could we do to help. You hit it from all different avenues. Parents were very, very supportive. We have a state statute, too, that anyone who's 13 years or older may go and they feel they're in an emotional crisis, they can get help without parent permission. I mean, we have to understand that, yes, man, I wish every child came to school ready to learn, no issues, English, math, science, social studies, and we're on our way. Sorry, that's not always the case. And anyone who's at the site buildings at this time, you try to make sure everybody gets taken care of on tier 1. You're hoping for 80%. But any teacher or administrator knows that that's not always the way it happens. So I think, with public education and the Parents' Right Bill, and you're right, parents have to give permission. That's in the bill. That's in the bill. That we continue to support that. But also know we support all students and parents and those who have issues and may not be able to get the help through other avenues, private, if you will, or the expense. So Dad has been, I would say, 15, 20 years because I dealt with it, and they were supportive of the students, and the parents were so very grateful. But again, it was with parent permission. And I think we should look at those ODRs, because if you look how many came there one time for detention and didn't serve the detention, then you really get down to the core. So I just wanted to add that about the ODRs. And I've dealt with data before, and very, very supportive of our parents.
What statute were you talking about, Dr. Jones?
394-4784.
Okay, my turn. I'm going to go back to, I want to talk about safety. First of all, thank you to law enforcement for being here and partnering with us and sitting through this meeting. I appreciate you being here. There are two things that always pop out at me with this fire inspection. First of all, it's a one-day, one-shot. And I know we're all excited that we only had a couple prop doors, and you know I ask about the prop doors all the time because I saw it as a principal. I would go around and I would get frustrated that a teacher would open up a side door to go run to their car for a second. That's what happened in Texas. I would get frustrated that I see somebody open up the back for a vendor to bring in something and leave the door open. And they don't realize they have just lost all the security we just put in place when they do that. So I'm going to ask again publicly, because I've asked privately, for door sensors with alarms. They're real cheap. You can buy them on Amazon for your own home, and they put off a terrible screaming alarm when a door is opened. Now, do we want that every time a door is open? No. But within a couple of seconds or whatever, I think we need to do something like that. I want to think of everything we can do to fortify our schools.
Yes, ma'am.
Against
Definitely we'll
ourselves.
look into that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Also, I heard from crossing guards, and there were a couple incidences where crossing guards saw something, and they didn't have the ability to tell personnel on the campus what they saw as a potential problem. So I'd like to see whether or not we can reach out to our law enforcement to see if our crossing guards can get a radio that can talk to our administrators that are working, because, you know, you think about it, when are you going to see the most number of kids on a school campus? When they're coming into the building and when they're leaving the building. So we need to make sure that we've got all those eyes that are looking at what's happening out there, helping us to hopefully avoid a situation. So those are the two things that I saw on that safety report, so thank you for that. Mental health data review. So when you go through that data review, are you working with law enforcement if we see an indicator or red flag about a student with a mental health issue? Who wants to take that one?
We do gain reports. For example, when we have arrest information, we do receive that, and Baker Acts as well, that happen outside of school hours. So we do have an ability to get that information.
You're specifically asking, are they a part of our review when we look at the data that we have planned for next year?
No, when you see something that might be a red flag.
Oh.
Look at, you know, all of the shootings that have ever happened in schools, and you go back to the shooter and what the red flags were, and everybody says there were red flags, red flags, red flags, and they
Yes.
were ignored. How are we not ignoring our red flags?
Well, we get a lot of information from, and I can tell you, there's situations that happen over the weekend, there's things that happen outside of school hours. They notify the schools immediately, and if, you know, and then the schools, you know, get with their SRO officers.
I know it's coming from their side to us,
Yes.
but are there any times that we're working with them and we see maybe a problem coming down the line and we say, you know what? What can we say to our SRO or whoever?
Through the chair, in the Safe Schools portal, all of that information will be there also because it gets uploaded. You know, and I can't tell you, I wish Mr. Teskey was here because he could probably tell you when, but I don't know exactly the time that they meet. I know that in constant communication, this is something that is continuous. It's not like we're going to do it every month, we're going to do it every week. It's constant, the communication back and forth.
Yeah, I want people to know that we're constantly looking at those things because, you know, if you look at the history of shooters in schools, you know, they're kids that went to the school or kids that knew the school well. So it's interesting to look at that data, look at that information and learn from it and say, what are we doing to make sure that doesn't happen? All right. Mental health training, that 6 hours, was that created by the DOE?
It's not created by the DOE, but it's the one that they recommend.
They recommend. And we're also going to be doing training for our SROs on
August 3rd.
We've been in collaboration with them.
So the SROs are also getting
Yes,
this training?
yes.
Okay, good. Okay, the circle of care. I understand, as having been a principal, I understand when you have a student that has a need and they can't afford to get that need elsewhere from outside agency. I understand working with the parent to make sure that they allow that outside agency to come on our campus and work with the student. I get that part. My concern is which outside agencies are we telling parents to work with? Is there a list of them, and does the parent know what that agency is all about?
So we have contracts with several different.
You might want to talk into the,
Oh. We have contracts with several different community providers, and for instance, Suncoast is assigned to 12 different schools, and so they only take Medicaid. And so if the student's insurance works for them, that's the first choice for that certain school. And then if not, the mental health, well, the new case manager will work with the parent to try to work with their insurance company to see which agency in our area takes their insurance and has the counselor that's the best fit for that student. And that's how the assignment is made, in
Okay, so-
collaboration with the parent.
I was going to say, so a child comes to you, let's say it's a middle school student, and says, you know, my friends tell me that I'm starting to think this way and I need to think this way. You know, what's the first step that a counselor does when a child makes a statement that may not be within the norm?
Contact the parent.
Thank you for saying that, because that hasn't happened in other districts. And there are some concerns out there, and I understand those concerns, that parents are worried that we're going to allow their child to talk to an outside agency without their permission.
No, that would never happen.
Okay, or even a counselor without their permission.
Correct.
Okay, so the first step is always contact the parent. Okay, thank you. Single school culture. Thank you for the Kids of Hope training. Is that going to go to all the elementary schools?
Yes.
Okay, how about
We trained on, we did training on May 31st and June 1st.
Okay, good. And how about single school culture?
I've reached out, and that's on our list as a possibility for next year or the year after. What we're trying to do is make sure there's school-wide expectations that we're going to provide our training on at the Reignite, where principal and their school teams have to come up with school-wide expectations and then how they're going to, what's the timeline for implementation.
Which is single school culture?
Yes, which is that. So we're doing our own.
Okay, I'm just curious about that because I've seen it
Yes,
work.
yes,
Okay,
yes,
all
yes,
right.
yes.
And then 4 to 5 Florida, will we have posters up everywhere? Because I saw them and then I didn't see them. I mean, everywhere. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
and then we'll have it on websites and we'll
And I
have it-
think I forgot to mention it. It is loaded on all our district devices also as an app.
Right, I know because I remember there was something that happened at a school this year and they said they got it through one of the students' computers. Okay. AED responses, thank you for that. We're drilling now in all the
Oh,
schools.
thank you.
Okay. I'm glad that you're doing that. Having been at a school where we did the training, I appreciate the fact that we're going to do that at all our schools. We have the AED devices. We've had students die in the past. We want to make sure we're thinking of everything. So.
And I just want to brag on Ms. Burney here for a minute. We have got all but one school has got a team of 7 to 10 individuals who are trained on using AED. They all know their response, what they're supposed to do, and that includes law enforcement at each site also.
And she's doing additional training in July. It's already on the list.
And we're doing it for after-school people and before-school people as well? Okay. So that, because it's, some of the issues that happen were in sports programs or on fields. Okay. And how close is an AED machine when there's an athletic event?
Should be a portable one with them.
Okay. There should be that and an athletic training kit? Okay. Vaping is the #1 concern. When you look at CISA reports for the state, for our district, we mirror the state. It's #1 by a lot. So I thank you for that. I did meet with the Substance Abuse Council people because I wanted to learn more about what it is that we do with them and what services they provide, how are we going to attack the vaping issue. It's a huge issue. And, I thank you for that we're bringing in these data counselors. Because I know, for example, I said, what happens when a student's caught with vaping stuff? And they told me the steps that go through it. And then the parents involved at the very beginning and told, they need to do X, Y, and Z in order to come back to school and all that. So I appreciate that. Bullying focus, thank you for that. I know bullying on CISA report is not as high as vaping, but I also think it's one of those things that's not reported as much. I was bullied in school. I didn't report it. I just told my parents about it the other day. They didn't know all this time. I had been bullied in middle school and high school. So I think a lot of kids are either ashamed from it, or I was, or didn't understand why it was happening to them and just was afraid to say something to somebody to get help. And back then, 70s, we really didn't have that help. So I'm glad that we're focusing on that. Discipline issues are nationwide. It is not a problem here. It is a problem everywhere. It is a problem here, but it's a problem everywhere. And, I've just traveled a lot, and I spoke to people that were working in schools. My niece just visited. She's from Texas, and she was telling me all about the discipline issues and about their school board meetings and how it's about discipline, discipline, discipline. How much kids are speaking out in class and being rude to teachers. It is nationwide. It is a huge problem. So how are we here going to attack it for our community?
As far as the discipline, we're going to have 4 days of, I think it's 3 days of reignite. And like I said before, the school, we have the counselors, we have the school teams, along with the administrative teams that will be coming up with school-wide expectations. And then what is the plan for delivering that, those school-wide expectations? In the first 3 days back, that Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we want to make sure that everyone is embedded in, where the principals, the teachers, they're coming up with classroom rules as well as school-wide, that it's embedded in the culture of that school. The majority of our Reignite is going to be focusing on culture and climate. We just started that process, like Dr. Jones said, on Friday, where they looked at their survey results, climate survey results, and then from there they had homework. But the goal is that we will have school-wide expectations, and everyone will know what those school-wide expectations and classrooms, similar to what they used to have with CHAMPS, where everybody knows, and that the students know that, there will be consequences if, the rules are broken.
So,
And that's why we have a
so
code
the
of
other
conduct.
half of that is parent involvement. You can make all the expectations you want and all the rules you want, but if you have a parent that's not going to support that, then that really goes out the window. So a lot of times I'll hear from parents saying they didn't even know that there was a student code of conduct book. So how are we going to make sure that parents really understand that when they sign that book, that they've agreed to all those things?
Well, that's part of the onboarding that we have for next year, but also we're creating a video about the school, the code of conduct and what the changes are and what is the code of conduct. We're also with the students, that's the part, they're going to get a video as well when they log on about the code of conduct, what the expectations of a good citizenship, and what those consequences will be. So we're making videos for not just, the parent, but also for the students. Our team is working on that.
Okay, all right, thank you. ODRs. I think what this board could use is a comparison chart by incidents for the last, 5 years. Just show us, by incidences, what's happened in the last 5 years, and we'll be able to see where the pandemic kind of skewed the data. Because looking at it this year, of course, it looks like it's on the rise big time. Of course, you'd expect that because we have students back in school and all that. But looking over the last couple years before the pandemic would help us understand where we're sitting here. Okay?
Good feedback.
All right, that's all I have.
I have a follow-up.
Go ahead.
Mrs. Berenborg brought up a point. This is something that Dr. Moore and I talked about, and that's why in April I requested a list of office discipline referrals by discipline code, but it doesn't show the comparison from one year to the other. So I think that should be, it would be a pretty large chart. What I requested and received were the numbers of this year as of April 28th for elementary, middle, high school, and then there is a total of all of them. And something that's interesting here, which she's right, the bullying incidents, and again, this, Dr. Moore and I have had multiple conversations about this. It's only reported that we have a total of 19 bullying office discipline referrals district-wide, and we all know that that's not accurate. So then the other question is, because there is, the numbers for fighting is pretty high, and then the numbers of inappropriate behavior, let me go back. Total number of fighting is 435. This is, again, as of April 28th. Total number of inappropriate behavior is 2701. And then you have other. So the question is then, with the bullying issues, how many of those are not being written down as bullying? So as a kid comes in, they have a conversation with the maybe counselor or assistant principal or whomever's handling the discipline. Is it actually getting reported as a bullying incident, or is it reported as a fighting? Is it reported as inappropriate behavior? Like, how is it being reported? We have agreed, at least Dr. Moore has agreed, that the process for writing down the actual referrals really needs to be streamlined. So if there is, in order for us to be able to address proper discipline, if it's a real bullying issue, it should be reported as a bullying issue, not inappropriate behavior or something else. Now, that's not saying that that's what's happening, but these bullying numbers are not accurate, right? So it might be where they're reported someplace else, and then how do you know that? So,
Well, keep in mind now, and I don't disagree with you, that number seems low, but by definition, it's got to be something that's substantiated. So if it's not anything that's substantiated, then it could be as an infraction, like you pointed out.
So what is substantiated? When you say substantiated, what do you mean? Proven?
Over time, continuous.
It's repetitive,
continuous.
repetitive, and
Okay.
that's to be
so
investigated.
Recently, there was an issue with a student. The student reported someone bothered the student. It was reported. The student went directly to the administrator. The administrator brought the two kids together. The administrator said, "What are you doing?" You know, what they usually, "Don't do it again. I promise I won't do it again." Okay, everybody goes back to school. Back to class. The next day, the kid was being harassed again by the same group, by the same boy, and I think a couple of other students now added to the bothering of this one particular kid. Well, the kid goes back immediately to the administrator. The administrator says, "I'll get on it." I don't know if anything happened then at that point. The next day, or maybe 2 days later, then now this is 4 days in total, the student was jumped, attacked, pulled into the restroom, and beat up. One student was beat up, head banged against the wall, had a concussion, wound up in the hospital with a concussion.
Well,
My-
not knowing all the circumstances and so forth, I mean, obviously,
it
yeah,
was-
it would have, it's truly unfortunate that that occurred.
Right. So my point is, with bullying is, what I have suggested was a zero bullying tolerance policy. Zero. First time. We have to get away from this substantiated, because if a student is truly saying, "I'm being bullied," I understand the difference between being bullied and being bothered. I mean, we know. I mean, I was raised, my mom was like, deal with it, basically. You just get over it and move on. I mean, I'm sure at some points people would have called me a bully. But nowadays, it's almost as if they escalate within 24 hours. There's something severe. In my day growing up, when you were bothered or bullied, I mean, it was just like somebody just teased you all the time, but it really never escalated to anything. Here, it's like you're bothered or bullied today, and the next day, you've got a black eye or something serious. And so, again, where do we draw the line? If we're going to have a zero, which is what I propose, is a zero bullying tolerance policy, then it literally has to be zero. So going along with what we were mentioning here with the new CHAMPS rules, or the new rules for all the classrooms, if the consequence is XYZ, then we have to be consistent with that. Because that's where kids get away with the misbehavior, and then they end up back into the classroom, disrupting the classroom, Teacher's frustrated, everybody's frustrated, lesson can't continue, and the kid knows they can get away with anything. So, again, where do we draw the line? So go ahead. I know you're going to continue, and I,
Well, no, I mean, you're right. I mean, it's the appropriate discipline, and, you know, I think we get hung up on the term bullying, and people say, oh, well, I was bullied. Well, it was, again, and I'm just going to say it because that's the way it is, it's substantiated. And if it's one time that they did it, that is more of an isolated situation. So, I mean, and don't get me wrong, I'm not a proponent for the person doing the picking on or whatever you want to call it, but if you labeled that person or that situation as bullying, then unfortunately that goes into a database. Maybe it was a one-time situation that there was a difference of opinion and two kids got into it and one of them was doing something that would be a bullying type activity. Now they've got it in a database, they're bullying. So you've labeled that kid for something that may have just happened one time. So I think that's the safeguard there in the substantiation.
well, I don't disagree with you on that. I don't disagree with that, you know, I guess my point is on that second day in this particular situation, on that second day, when that child went to the admin, that's it. That's it. It should have been, you're getting a consequence and there's no other there is a consequence to follow that. That's zero bullying for me. That's, no, because then 2 days later, this kid was jumped by the same kid that it wasn't addressed the second day.
And when we talk offline, I want to know more about that situation
Well, Dr. Moore
specifically.
knows about it for sure, so he can, I don't
Okay.
mind at all. But my point is, that's not just the only situation, and there are many others that have occurred, and sometimes this stuff happens off campus. You know, how do we then address those things that happen on the bus or off campus where it's not on our campus, obviously? You know, there
Well,
are still ways
if it's
of.
happening off campus, that's where the Fortify Florida is so critical.
I-
And if they get us that information so we can be proactive, because we can't control what's going on in the community, at the parks, in people's houses. The buses, yes. School sites, yes. But we've got to have that partnership with individuals that know this information that they can share with us.
I agree, 100%. I don't disagree with that, for sure. But then the messaging, what is our messaging when we're sending out the message that we're no longer going to accept this kind of behavior? How are we going to follow up so that the school, so ultimately students know, hey, wait a minute, I shouldn't do this because, and then of course, teachers and everybody involved, I think would understand that it's 0 is 0.
Well, I think some of the messaging took place in Dr. Moore's Facebook Live after one of the instances at one of our schools. And I think that also accounts for some of the number increases there too, because being the person who had to approve out-of-school suspensions or say, no, this doesn't merit an out-of-school suspension, you know, I would say from February on, you know, yes, if you fought, if you were in a physical altercation, if you had something at school you shouldn't have had, it was out-of-school suspension, cut and dry.
Well,
So that's part of the message right there.
I hope so. And the Facebook Lives are pretty good, but it doesn't reach everyone. I mean, we have 17,000 students, you know, more than 17,000 students.
So just to
And so very many families, I don't think that every single family in our school district watches the Facebook Live, even though those are really great. It's a great way to get out
And I
there.
didn't mean the Facebook Live was the only way the information would get out. I'm just using it as a point of reference.
Yeah, so that's part of the whole push towards
No, I
the
think
bullying
to
campaign,
summarize
is to get everyone involved in that.
our conversations really is there are documented, whether it be a fight, whether it be disruptive behavior, that could be a incident that took place as a result of bullying, and it's captured in that specific way. It is simply creating the expectation at each and every single school site. This is the expectation. This is what will happen if you do A, B, C, or D, and that is, in fact, what happens. So we've had the opportunity to problem solve with our union leadership. We've had the opportunity to meet with principals, really to clearly define, as Ms. Dampier continues to say, as we go through, it is creating this school-wide expectation on these are the expectations. This is what is a non-negotiable. This is what, in fact, will happen. And I think a reduction of bully incidents, which is already low, what's really going to improve the culture and ultimately reduce bullying is some of those prerequisite behaviors which may ultimately lead to bullying, or if we can get to it before we can actually have to document it, and it is in fact a validated case of bullying, which is, you know, where we want to get to. No room for it, no tolerance for it. If you're gonna get in these, if you do these things, this is the outcome. And we're gonna celebrate that on day one because it is a fair and consistent way. We're gonna celebrate it across the entire community. This is the expectations on how children will behave. This is the expectation on how adults will behave. And we're gonna make that declaration 2 weeks going into the school year and 2 weeks after the school year to ensure everyone understands what the expectations are.
So I think as you're talking right now, I'm thinking of the Student Code of Conduct, which I don't have in front of me. So if I recall, the Student Code of Conduct for bullying on every one of those stages, I think they're stages. What are they called?
We have different levels.
Levels. On each one of those levels, there is bullying, I think, is on each one of those levels. And when I say levels, for those who are listening, I mean bullying level 1 will receive this consequence, bullying level 2 that continues receive this consequence, level 3 and 4, and so on. It just kind of escalates, right? I think we're going to need to look at that before we move into the new school year and maybe revisit. If it's truly going to be a zero tolerance, you don't need 3 and 4. 1 and 2, that's it. And that would have to be reworded or relooked at.
Can I make
Would
a
you agree?
suggestion here?
Wouldn't you agree?
Well, through the chair, when you commit an egregious offense, and it is egregious, you do not say, well, this is your first warning.
Right.
Your
That's the whole
consequence
point.
is always going to be aligned to the inappropriate behavior that was displayed. So it is clearly communicating to everyone in the community, no, you don't get a warning for getting in a fight. No, you don't get a warning for bullying someone. No, you don't get a warning for starting a fire, or whatever the case may be. But when you do something that is egregious, the appropriate consequences align to that specific
No, I'm
behavior.
not talking about all those other ones. I'm just talking about just bullying.
Then I mean, I know you're picturing it. I can literally see you picturing it in your head and going through it. I'd have to look at it to make sure that
Yeah.
what
So
I
if you
just
can just look at
communicated
that.
is the fact of reality.
Yeah, can you just look at that and
Yes.
see, like, you know, what that is and what that level is? Because if we're going to move forward with that, I think that would need to be consistent as well.
As you have it pictured in your head
In-
and trying
in
to
my head, 'cause I don't
communicate,
have it in front of me.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would say yes, but I just want to make sure that
Yeah.
the expectation is
That's fine.
behavior, inappropriate behavior is aligned to appropriate consequences,
Well, no,
And-
inappropriate behavior is different than bullying.
or whatever that inappropriate behavior may be.
Right, so that, okay.
All
The other thing that I'm going to bring up that's similar to what Mrs. Barrenberg was just mentioning with regard to comparison over the years of discipline. And I don't know where this would fall in, but one of the other things that I requested were numbers of how many students are in our virtual school from 2018 to 2021. So this would give, you know, comparison of the previous years. Same thing with total number of homeschools, same thing with total number of enrolled CTE vocational program, and then the total number of Treasure Coast Technical College dual enrollment programs, all from 2018 to 2021. As of, what was interesting here is that our numbers have increased from those sitting in face-to-face brick-and-mortar schools into virtual school since 2018. We have, in 2018, we had 33 students in virtual, and now we have 171 students in virtual. This was, again, as of 4/28. Homeschoolers is really interesting. Homeschoolers in 2018, we had 1,175, and this year we have 1,549. So that's 293 more homeschoolers in just 1 year from last year to this year. Our CTE vocational programs have increased, which is great, but those are within our high schools, and then our Treasure Coast dual enrollment has decreased. But my focus, why I'm bringing up virtual and homeschool, is because I wonder if we are taking into account why these children are choosing to leave brick and mortar and go into these other alternatives. I don't know if we provide an optional survey, like almost like an exit out, one question, why are you choosing to leave brick and mortar? Just so that we can identify and know what their choice is. If you're moving from brick and mortar into a homeschool environment or a virtual school environment because of bullying, which does happen, some kids just don't want to stay in school because of bullying, then we would know that. If it's because of medical, we would know that. If it's because of religious purposes, we would know that. And I think that would help us to determine how to address some of these populations and possibly some of the discipline and our processes moving forward within the schools or district-wide. Does that make sense?
No, I wholeheartedly agree. I think in the last 2 years, and just a little update on the numbers, when we pulled that, I think you said it was 165 in the virtual school. We're still sitting at right about 100 going into next school year. That's still significant because, as you just stated, it was 38 pre-pandemic. So the numbers of individuals selecting homeschool is significantly larger than it was pre-pandemic. You also highlighted the increase in homeschool. We can now begin to capture that information. Why are you choosing to go out? Some of them went out because of the pandemic and had no other reason, but as a result of doing it for a year or 2 years, now see the flexibility and really enjoying it and will continue to do so. So, but moving forward, I think we should absolutely capture that information, really to be clear as to why choices are being made.
So it's important because recently I have received information from at least 10 families that are pulling their kids out to homeschool because they don't want this social, emotional push, the mental health. They just want regular reading, writing, math, arithmetic. They don't want to be a part of that. And so we're losing families little by little, and it's something to pay attention to. I don't know what the numbers are in comparison to our surrounding districts, but I think that we should be aware that these numbers are definitely going to increase. I'm glad virtual school is increasing, though. It is an option. And I'm a homeschool mom. You know, somebody comes to me and says, what do you think? I'm going to give them my personal opinion. But it is a 1.7%, or rather the homeschoolers now are 1.7% of our total population, of our total district population as of this date.
Dr. Shipp?
May I? I'll make it brief, hopefully. As to bullying, I want to just speak for a second to say that bullying is really nuanced, and that an anecdotal report of something that happened doesn't necessarily fit with definitions of bullying, either legally or professionally. There are certain definitions that qualify as bullying. And any of us who has been in education or studied it long enough knows that who is the bully on Monday was bullied on Sunday, may be bullied on Tuesday, that those are often intricate relationships that we can't necessarily tease out by responding to a single event without digging deeper into exactly what happened. And I hear you all responding to it that way, and I want to emphasize that there are not only definitions of how that occurs, but having studied research and data on this for a long time, there is really limited or evidence, if any, that zero tolerance policies work, that they don't create greater harm, and there are better evidence-based best practice policies that we can use when building out our codes of conduct and our responses to harm that's done in our schools. So I'm not negating that kids get harmed, that there is bullying, and that some things are happening now that shouldn't be happening. But responding to it without understanding exactly what happened or responding in ways knowing the policies, being involved in how we create our, which I know we review and reiterate each year, our student code of conduct, and we're continuing to build that to be effective and based on evidence-based best practices. And I want to both commend and encourage everyone to continue to do that. As to the notion that kids are leaving our schools in droves because of social emotional learning and mental health concerns, I'd say that's completely anecdotal, and until I have clear evidence of that and that that's the reason why, I would say that there's no evidence of causation there, that because 5 families or however many have decided that they don't like some programming in our district does not translate to 17,000 kids, and that there are many parents, myself included, who really appreciate the supports that we get from teachers, from guidance counselors. There are many single parents out there, who, myself included, who need the support that we get from our, the number of times I'm in communication with our guidance counselors, with our assistant principals, not as a school board member, but as a parent. And the number of parents who have reached out to me because they've really needed and benefited from the support that we're giving their students when they are overwhelmed and their students are overwhelmed. I want to be clear that the supports we're providing, that not every student comes into school ready to learn, fully well-fed, not having experienced trauma, not having experienced issues in their homes and in their communities and in their environments. So before we go off and start revising policy based on anecdotal evidence, let's get clear evidence of it and let's establish policies based on evidence-based best practices.
Okay, I want to say something. First of all, 2 things that I hear, and I have heard this for a long time now, but it just kind of came to me as they were all speaking. Teachers are frustrated with the lack of communication about the discipline that occurred when a student leaves their classroom. And I think that goes a long way in helping teachers understand, because, you know, they're saying, well, they left my classroom, came back with a lollipop. You know, I think sometimes there's a reason why that lollipop was given, and the teacher doesn't know, but the communication with the teacher, I think, is a lacking part. I had that happen one time where a teacher was very frustrated with a child and found out the child's mother died during the night, yet had to go to school the next day and was afraid of their teacher, so didn't tell the teacher what had happened. And the teacher was frustrated that the child was being, you know, kind of not behaving and all this. So there are extenuating circumstances as to why the child came back with a different discipline that the teacher wanted. I get that. But I also think that lack of communication has been part of the problem of when a teacher is having frustration in the classroom with a student and they're trying to teach and they can't teach, and a student is removed and then they come right back, they get frustrated because their only thought is that student left and came back. And there was no communication as to what happened. So I think that's the key where we need to fix that. That's the first thing I'm hearing the most of.
And just so you know, we've been able to collaborate with our union president and actually go through what she's seeing on her screen, and come to find out, I think it was a matter of a button, so that's a training issue. It was available, it's just that they didn't click on it. So we're gonna do some training to make sure with teacher training as well as administration, so everybody's in the loop of that. Because she couldn't find it on the.
Sometimes it's not just something on a report, though. You want to actually have a conversation with the assistant principal that removed the child.
Yeah, they were just
Okay.
saying they didn't know what the, you know, what the consequence was when actually it shows up on Focus. It's just a matter of clicking something.
Okay.
And I also put in the expectation of no less than 48 hours.
Right. It needs to be immediate.
Yes.
The other one I'm hearing about, and we haven't even talked about, is cell phones.
Yes.
The huge problem with cell phones, and I'm hearing it constantly, is, okay, I get the fact that the parent thinks that a 5-year-old should have a cell phone because they need to get a hold of them all the time. But the problem is the teachers dealing with the cell phone issues. When there's a problem on the campus, what happens? Cell phones come out, boom, and there are videos that are going viral. What can we do? And maybe this goes to the student code of conduct team for this year, is to talk about cell phone issue that's happening, because I'm hearing it from teachers all over our county, is They said if you could just get the cell phone issue under control, I think I would see a big improvement in my classroom. What's the answer?
Through the chair, that goes into expectations. So once again, there's rights and there's responsibilities, and how you engage or use a device during the confines of the school day, there are certain expectations that we need to clearly define. And at the beginning of the school year, you define what those expectations are. When you're videoing and putting all of that violates the code of conduct. You're just simply not allowed to do that.
And in our student code of conduct, did they address, I didn't look specifically, did they address cell phone issue as an increasing problem?
I do recall that we did discuss that. We also had parent involvement in terms of that, development of the update of the student conduct. So I remember us, that was an addition. There was some specifics that were added that was addressed.
Okay, because
But I just don't have it in front of me.
Okay, one of the feedback pieces I've gotten recently from a police officer that came to the event that happened at Flick, which we had 40 cars show up very quickly, thank you. But one thing that was told to me was when one student that wound up being arrested wasn't involved in the fighting, but decided that they needed to get the best videotape. And so climbed over an officer's back to get the videotape. And when he was arrested, the answer was, yeah, but I just got a lot more followers. So this is a huge problem for us when a student doesn't realize that the action they just took that got them arrested should be more important to them than getting more followers, on social media. So this is a huge problem. It's an us problem in this day and age. And the more that social media takes off and becomes valuable for their pocket, and they are getting paid for those, then they don't see and understand that action has created an issue for them down the road for a career. We need to educate our kids on this.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Are you finished? I'm sorry.
I think I am.
I go onto Power BI about once a week, and I think if you look, I was looking at student office, discipline referrals, high school. And the first one was white students. How many office discipline referrals? 1,016. Those that had more than one, 529. So you're already cutting it in half. They only came once for one issue. So I think that's important to continue to look at. Even in elementary, we had some of the stars, or it wasn't even 10 students. So that kind of gives us a good indicator. And, bullying, cell phones, all, issues. And as a high school principal, you want to make sure you have a safe learning environment. Like Mr. Bass said, fights, drugs, you're off campus, suspension. That's a no-brainer. And making sure that our students feel safe is critical. We all know we're in the era of school choice. People can do public charter, private, parochial, Indian River virtual, a hybrid. I had students 20 years ago coming on for certain math classes in ROTC and then homeschool. That's where we are. But, Dr. Moore, I want to make clear that, when I was voted onto the school board for public education, that meant a lot to me. And I'm here to help you in your cabinet. And, we'll have discussions sometimes to make sure we can always do a better job. The minute we become complacent, we kind of struggle a little bit and we fall behind. But, I think it's very, very important that that what I want for this district is what you and your cabinet want for this district, and that's student achievement. In order to get student achievement, there has to be a safe learning environment. We know there's a cycle there. And if people are leaving because of a certain thing, we can find out what it is and go back to see what it is. Bullying's one of the 100 things a principal has to deal with on a regular basis. So I just want to make sure that our teachers, our staff, our support staff, our administrators know that, heck, we're going to make mistakes sometimes, but what do you do when you make a mistake? You own it, you learn from it, you apologize if you need to, and you move forward. And that's what I want to continue to do with these students here in Indian River County. I've given my whole life to this system. I will continue to do so. I've seen it grow over the last 40 years, and I just want to make sure that I'm here.
Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, I wanted to provide the definition because the request was we need to define it. So we have policy 5517.01 that defines bullying as bullying includes cyberbullying, and means systematically and chronically inflicting physical harm or psychological distress on one or more students or employees. It is defined as any unwanted and repeated written, verbal, or physical behavior, including any threatening, insulting, or dehumanizing gesture by an adult or a student that is severe or pervasive enough to create an intimidating, hostile, or offensive educational environment, cause discomfort or humiliation, or unreasonably interfere with the individual's school performance or participation, and may involve teasing, threats, intimidation, stalking, cyberstalking, physical violence, theft, sexual, religious, or racial harassment, public or private humiliation, or destruction of property, and social exclusion. And then there is a definition of cyberbullying. So we don't need to redefine it because it's already in our bullying policy. The other thing is there was a comment about an assumption that people were leaving in droves. I mean, the mere definition of droves means large amounts of people. I stated 1.7%. That's not a large amount. So there is no one said anything about people leaving our district in droves. There are people who are leaving the district, and all I suggested was, thank God you agreed that we should capture why they are leaving. Those who are, why are they leaving?
And our next item.
Well, I think we should take a break. It is almost 3 o'clock, and I would like about 10-minute break if we could, and we'll come back at 3 o'clock. Continue with the superintendent's workshop. Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. The next items are the contract on the area of operations presented by Mr. Bass.
Yes, ma'am. I've got 4 items here. The first 2 are the agreement with Head Start on the concretables and portables that we allow them to use. There's no changes from the previous years. The second item is the roofing job to be done at Fellsmere Elementary. And the last item is the form that we have got to have approved to be able to discard a facility, which was, if you recall in our briefings, it was a aluminum structure, shade structure that was never put back up after years of sitting at the support complex facility.
Okay, any questions, board members? You have a question? Okay.
It doesn't actually fall in here, but it just dawned on me as you were mentioning these items fall under the 5-year plan that we have, right? Our regular 5-year plan?
The roofing would, yes.
Okay. I drove past Sebastian Elementary School yesterday, and I realized that their marquee is really bad. I mean, you can't even see Sebastian Elementary written on it. I mean, it's that ancient or old, or I don't even know what, I mean, I don't know what we can do, but is there anything we can do? I realize that it doesn't fall into here, but when we were talking about some of the,
If you drive around our district, you've noticed that we have changed out several of the marquees.
yeah, several of them,
And
yeah.
when we have funds available, we're planning to do more. So it's just a matter of having those funds available.
I mean, it doesn't even say Sebastian Elementary. I don't know if we can do something temporary in the meantime. Just thought I'd mention
Okay.
it. And I'm only mentioning it now because I just drove past it. So it's not like I drive past it all the time.
Okay.
Anyone else? Mr. Barefoot, are you good?
Nothing.
Okay. The only thing I wanted to ask about is the one that you said had to be condemned or whatever. It was supposed to be moved and put over Liberty, right?
Yes, so it didn't meet the specification. It was taken down from Osceola and as a playground shade structure, and it was going to be erected at Liberty, and I think it sat around long enough, codes changed, and we couldn't use it.
So is there a plan then to buy one for Liberty?
Mr. Westenberger? Glad you are here, sir.
I mean, I just feel for a school that was anticipating getting shade, not getting shade now. Kind of disappointing as a principal when you're told, oh, you're getting this, and then,
This is one of those times where not being here long enough to know all the history.
sure.
You have to rely on.
Well, that's his job.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
There is a straight shade structure at Liberty Magnet now.
Okay, good. All right. I just wanted to make sure that was the one that was put up that replaced it.
Yeah, we couldn't put the old one.
Okay, thank you. All right, I believe we're good with that then.
All right, next will be the items being presented. Next will be the items being presented from curriculum instruction by Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Through the chair, as briefed in the individual board member briefings, these are renewals of existing programs. A couple of software programs, iReady, Lexia. You've got the extended day fee schedule and the early learning coalition contract with our extended learning program. Our CTE program has a MOU with Pelican Landing, and then TCTC leases out some of their space, and Ms. Mallett's contracts with East Coast Technical Assistance. The one item that is new this year still falls underneath CNI, and that's the approval of out-of-state field trip. So we're very excited that our Vero Beach High School math team is going to compete in the national championship in Washington, D.C. So happy to answer any questions about those.
Yeah,
Pretty
just
standard.
a huge honor and congrats to them. Who would like to ask a question? Anyone? Good? Everybody good?
I talked to the math sponsor, and they're very, very excited to go there, so
Yeah.
they're ready.
The only question I have is the Pelican Landing Assisted Living and Memory Care. Is that agreement for our Treasure Coast students? Technical college
Let me
students?
phone a friend, make sure I don't misspeak. pretty sure since Ms. Burr's coming up, it is definitely our high school kids, CTE students, but she may have more information, so I will.
Is that replacing a former one? No. You know what I'm getting at there, Mr. Meyer?
Okay, I don't know.
It's on. You don't
Oh,
have to hit it.
can you hear me? Okay, yeah. It is for secondary. It's not placing another one. It's just a renewal.
Okay.
We have another one that'll be coming up to the board soon. After this one, I think it's Palm Garden. But this is just for the secondary, both Vero Beach High School and Sebastian River High School, nursing assistant programs to earn their clinical hours.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. That's all I have. Mr. Barefoot, are you good with this item?
I am very good with this item.
Okay.
All right. Next, Ms. Dampier will present the contracts or any amendment renewals under her area of responsibility.
Good afternoon.
Again.
As we discussed during board briefing, I have one item. It's a renewal contract with K through 12 Stride. This is our virtual platform that we'll have for next year for our virtual students. Are there any questions, K through 12?
Okay,
Steve,
Dr. Jones?
I'm sorry. I know we use Edgenuity for our course recovery and Stride. Why do we use both of them, Stride and Edgenuity?
Well, Edgenuity is currently a credit recovery for our K through 12 up under curriculum and instruction. Stride is the platform that we're using for our virtual program for full and for part-time. And we're also going to be using it for our Soaring Up Academy.
So it's not any course recovery?
There is a portion of, you can have up to three classes. We use it for Walbasso, ACE, for those minor, you can have up to 3 course recoveries with Stride. You can't have more than that. So we've been using Stride.
Yeah, I just wasn't
Yes.
familiar with that one. Thank you.
I thought we were using Florida Virtual.
That is one part. It used to be where we were required to offer have three offerings. Florida statute changed this year where we only have to offer one in the past. And we used to offer, and it was called something else, Fuel Education. Now it's renamed Stride. So that was one of the options that we had last year. Last year we had Fuel, which is now Stride. We had the VIP virtual school, and then we had the Edgenuity VIP virtual. We didn't renew any of those. We went with the Stride. It has an ESE platform for services for our students. It's $1,000 cheaper, and the customer service has been wonderful. And I have Mrs. Holden out in the audience if she wants to come up and answer any questions pertaining to that. But we're only offering Stride for this year. Instead of the 3, state statute said we only have to offer 1, and we're only offering Stride.
Am I on? Yep. So just in terms of the reason why we chose, since the state changed the statute where we only have to have one provider, K-12, we had significant issues with students at Edgenuity. Like, they could just kind of hold off and wait till the last minute and then try to rush and catch up. K-12 is for our elementary kids, it provides them actual materials like textbooks and workbooks that they can work through. You have to follow the pacing with K-12. It's actually a much more rigorous program in terms of ensuring that our students are getting the standards that they're supposed to get because of the way that they run their platform. This year, we had multiple issues with Edgenuity, getting billing correct, dropping students out of classes without letting my school counselor know, not responding when we were trying to reach out to their customer service team. ESE support in K-12 is phenomenal. They have an ESE person who comes to all of our Indian River Virtual School IEP meetings and provides the feedback. We can get accommodations for all our students through a real simple process. They have a platform where we submit our accommodations if a kid needs reduced assignments or reduced time. So what we have received over the past 2 years since I took over Indian River Virtual School from K-12 far exceeds anything. FLVS actually messed up enrollment on 2 of our students this year, and it took them months to get it fixed, which messed up our FTE report. So they are just leaps and bounds above everybody else in what they've provided at a more affordable cost than FLVS, which is why we chose to focus with the K-12 Stride program.
But this year we did Florida
This year, we
virtual.
had
We had-
used a state statute used to require us to provide 3 options. So this year, we had FLVS, Edgenuity, and the K-12 Stride. And when you look at our data, the K-12 Stride kids are the ones who actually were much more significantly, with an A, B, or C successful in their curriculum.
So when a parent came in, because now we only offer one, but moving forward, one. When they came in, they selected which one they wanted? Okay.
And we've communicated with
That's
all of
what I
our
thought. I knew
families
we were
already that we
using-
were
yeah.
considering that. They can enroll in Florida Virtual School full-time.
Yeah.
Florida Virtual School full-time takes our entire FTE, so if they come to us and then use FLVS, they might as well not come to us, because we're getting nothing. With K-12 Stride, we get that extra money, what we can use to keep our computers up to date for the research, because it has to be spent on technology per state statute. Or we can pay IT to fix our computers if they get broken. With FLVS, they take all of it. There is nothing left to help support the technology end of Indian River Virtual School if you choose them. And they can already enroll at FLVS full-time because it's its own school district.
Yep.
So that's why we chose that. And because we're going with Stride, they're giving us a better deal. We still can offer those part-time classes, so we did have a couple homeschool students or public school students that would use part-time classes, and K-12 also supports that.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Barefoot?
None, thanks.
Okay.
Next 2 items are presented by Mr. Fagan, his contracts within finance and technology, as well as a budget update. That's FNG.
Thank you, Sue. Through the chair, yes, my items, I have about 9 items. They're standard contract renewals for going into next year to make sure all schools have the services and products that they need in order to operate and open at the beginning of the year. These are all pre-briefed with each of your board members. Any questions?
Board members, any questions? Mr. Barefoot? Question?
No questions.
Okay.
All right. Next item is the budget brief. This was emailed to the board members on Thursday, June 9th, and you have a copy on your desk. This is very similar to the update that was done last year, June of '21. This is to give you a high-level overview of where the district is financially and some key points of interest. First page, page 2, we had 2 bond rating upgrades. Standard & Poor's, the last rating they did for us was in May of 2020, so it had been 2 years since they had reviewed us. When they completed their review in May of '22, they upgraded our financial outlook from negative to stable, and they also affirmed our AA- bond rating. Also in April of '22, Fitch, who usually reviews us annually, reaffirmed their stable financial outlook and maintained our A+ rating with them. Next page. This is a quick summary to kind of give you an idea of where we are, primarily looking at revenues over expenditures plus transfers, to ultimately get to what I call your burn rate and your fund balance. So your first column is of June of '20. You had a fund balance of about $16 million. June of last year, you were at $24 million. And that was a planned increase of 8%. That was from the utilization of using ESSER 1 and 2 money. That was planned to build up that fund balance to carry over. And then this year, because of the additional services that we wanted to implement through the staff allocation model in the form of 8-period day, supplements for teachers to work additional periods, and additional services to ensure that the children have all the educational instructional time they need in order to gain what they lost because of the pandemic. That was a one-time funding. So for '22, we expect to burn some of that money down to where our ending fund balance will probably go from 24 to maybe 22 million. But that is an estimate for the end of this year. We're not done yet. So we think we'll be somewhere around that $22 million mark. Could be a little higher, could be a little lower. We're not done yet. But that was a planned decrease based upon the services that were implemented this year.
I have a question.
Yes.
Are we doing questions now?
However,
Do you want him to finish his proposal?
It's up to you.
board's discretion.
It's totally up to you.
Okay, questions as we go.
Okay, in January, you provided a budget update for us.
That was on ESSER 2. That was on the ESSER funds.
What?
Should say ESSER on the top of it.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. You provided what did I say?
You said a budget update.
An ESSER update,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay.
You provided an ESSER update to us in January, and the plan was, or the hope was that for ESSER 3, we would receive $30 million.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
So on this slide, on the bottom, B, which is the last column, projected year end, with $30 million extra in ESSER funds, why are we in the red?
It's because the plan is not to implement all 30 million in 2022. The plan is to only implement a piece or a small portion of that, carry that over into 23 and maybe 24 to maintain that fund balance. We're not going to use all 30 million in year 22.
But we're starting in the red.
That's correct.
Why would we do that?
You have to balance out revenues with expenditures and maintain your transfers to maintain your fund balance. You don't want to bring all $30 million in at one time because that's one-time money. That means you're in year 23 year, you have a $30 million funding cliff.
But you wouldn't need all 30 million, you would just need whatever is,
And that's what that represents. I can't bring in the 30 million. That column right there represents real revenue over real expenditures. I'm
but it
not,
says it reflects the impact of ESSER 3 already.
but only approximately 3 to 5 million of ESSER 3. That's a fault on mine. That should have said reflects a small percentage of ESSER 3. I'm not bringing in all of ESSER 3, only a small
Right, so
piece.
if we were to bring in 2,314,994,
More, then I'd be,
then we wouldn't be in the red, we would be
That'd be zero.
break even.
But
So
I
why
can-
don't we do that?
through the chair, because I can only move so much that's allowed in the grant and for what we actually spent this year. I have certain limitations on what I can move.
Okay, so when are we going to come out of the red? Like, what's the goal to get us out of that red?
As discussed several times, the ESSER money was used to build up your fund balance, that you're always going to have a decrease in your fund balance probably for the next couple of years until you get somewhere between the 18 to $20 million mark. We want to be able to maintain an ending fund balance of somewhere between 18 and 20 million. So probably next year, you're going to see another decrease.
So what I don't understand is if we never received the ESSER funds, the ESSER 3 in the first place, those $30 million wouldn't be there,
That
right?
is-
So let's just imagine we didn't receive that. What would we be looking at? Would we be looking at being in trouble?
Okay, so let's focus on the third column. The third column only represents about $4 million of ESSER 3 money coming in. So to answer your question, if the ESSER money had not come in, you are correct. But we would not have implemented the strategies we did this year at the schools to beef up scheduling and instructional time. That would have been an option the superintendent would not have had. He would have stayed on a 7-period day. Students may have suffered a little bit because they wouldn't have got that additional instructional time. This was a one-time funding.
So if we stay on the 7-period day, this wouldn't be in the red?
Potentially, yes, because to keep in mind also in 21, you had an FTE hit because of Family Empowerment Scholarship. So that hurt you. Excuse me.
So at
In
what point
22,
are we
sorry.
going to make that decision? When are we, I mean, we're already nearing our budget for next year. At what point are we going to make the decision to say, we're not going to start the year in the red?
You will not start the year in the red. Your budget will be balanced. You will be at a balanced budget. But at the end of the year, you may dip into that ending fund balance. Again, we had talked about many times at many workshops that the plan was to use ESSER funds to build up fund balance, general fund, and slowly burn that down over the next couple of years.
Whatever happened with the ESSER transparency page?
That's up.
It's up now?
Should be. The other day it was up.
Okay.
Oh, take that back. No, it's up on my site. I've seen it. I've got to get superintendent's approval before I put it live. We're
Okay.
almost there.
So that's what you showed us.
Okay,
So say,
so-
I've seen it, it's up, but we haven't gone live.
Okay, so that's I guess the working towards full transparency and understanding what ESSER funds are, what ESSER 1, ESSER 2, I mean, obviously, we've been through this before, but
Correct.
some people have not heard of that discussion or heard that discussion that we've had. For ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3 funds, these funds were initially provided for school districts during the pandemic to keep our schools open.
Correct.
So essentially, we could have used it for anything that would justify keeping schools open. Now, we're at the point of using $30 million for anything we want?
Through the chair, some of the $30 million is one-time expenditures, such approximately $1.5 million is to upgrade HVAC work for the schools. So some of it would be used for reoccurring expenditures that we will burn the fund balance off in the future years. Some of it is one-time expenditures,
And
like
that-
some item is summer school. Instead of using my general fund summer school this year, I'm going to use ESSER funds. So I'll take that $500,000 and put it in savings per se, and use it in future years.
Well, some of these decisions are supposed to be board decisions. Actually, all of these decisions are supposed to be approved by the board. So we haven't gotten there yet, and which is one of the reasons why I have been talking for so long about putting these online and creating what some other districts have, which is a page specifically to create the transparency of what these funds are, what has been used for under 1, 2, and then now 3, what is being proposed to use the $30 million. $30 million, that's a lot of money. And there's no guarantee that we're going to get it back. So, or get it again, or there's going to be an ESSER 4, which I doubt. I don't even know why. Personally, I just think we shouldn't have received the 3, but we're fully open. However, we're not there yet. So these proposals that you're suggesting, are they going to come to us for a vote? Or an update, or whatever it is?
Through the chair, ma'am, through the annual budgeting process, you will see that in this year's budget for ESSER 3 and the balance of ESSER 2.
Okay, so, but I guess my point is, what happens in other districts and with other school boards is that they go to the public because ESSER funds were so, I guess, specific to what its needs were intended for during the pandemic, that they went to the public and said, and requested feedback, you know, where do you think we should use this? And I know that we're not going to build our budget based on everybody who's out there, but at least we're building consensus so that the board can make an informed decision as to what to approve and what not to approve. Some of the things that are required in there, we don't have an option. If they're required, they're required. But some of the other, I guess, we've used the words bucket before, could be used in other areas, and I think that should be provided to the board to provide you for feedback on what that would look like.
Through the chair, yes, ma'am. The strategy for using all 3 ESSER funds was to continue to provide services to all schools and all students. That was the primary focus. So we didn't change direction, we didn't change mission, we didn't change focus. We said, I have the money, let's continue what we're doing is make sure all students and staff have all the services they need, and if we're able to bank some of that money because you use federal money first over general money, that's fine. That allows for some one-time expenditures into the future.
Yeah, so when is that website going to be up?
To the chair, July.
Oh, no, no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The ESSER page, when is that going to be available?
It should be up this week. We've got
This
final
week?
session, yes, ma'am.
And, because we're probably going to get there, but with the budget, I don't know if you're going to get there now, but with the budget moving forward in terms of our priorities, one of the things, since we keep talking about discipline and bullying and moving towards bullying, hopefully a zero tolerance bullying policy, where are we in terms of deans? I mean, the deans, we could get deans in our schools to help with the discipline issues moving forward. All we hear is mental health specialists and no deans. So I think that's kind of where in my head, I'm thinking, well, why don't we use some of this money for that? We're being so top-heavy, but we're not actually bringing those funds into the school so that they can create these positions that would better help them in this effort.
So through the chair, as we looked at the data, there were 2 schools that stuck out in terms of needing additional support, one of which was the Flick, based on the size of that school, as well as Oslo Middle School. And then we're looking at adding 2 assistant principals to those positions rather than just deans. That gives us the full slate of services. So this gives us not a one-time position, but using the allocation model to fund those positions moving forward, so it's consistent over time, and we can have those additional positions there and have them fully qualified as assistant principals. We thought it was the easiest, most intentional way of moving forward.
Yeah, assistant principals are not deans. We're using assistant principals like some other districts do as glorified deans, but they're not deans. Deans are specific to discipline, and they work with students in such a special way. They're trained to do this, or at least we would provide the training for this. They build relationships. They are the liaison between the administration and the parents. They can do classroom hallroom duty, lunchroom duty, bus duty. They are the ones who are the first line at, picking up a student from the classroom. They're the ones that are, creating all the paperwork if there's going to be an out-of-school suspension or an in-school suspension. They're really the ones that allow the assistant principals to get into classrooms and help the principal or help the teacher with academics. Actually get in the classrooms and help support with lesson planning or with, curriculum development or whatever. So you want to pay for an assistant principal, which they may need an assistant principal in these schools, but to do dean work is not a dean. They're still an AP.
Through the chair, you want the highest level of support. So understand the district that you're referring to had deans that just did discipline. My expectation is that assistant principal has the ability to go in and do all aspects of the job. And I want the highest, most skilled, most qualified individuals to do that specific work. And those were just the two schools in which they didn't generate the additional assistant principal, but by providing that additional position and shifting the allocation model, they're able to have that same level of support and have it done by someone who's got the certification, the qualifications. You run into union issues with the dean not being part of a union or not. I've seen it done a number of different ways. I want the highest skilled individuals providing support, yes, discipline, expectations for what takes place inside of a classroom, surrounding a classroom, or around the total school campus.
Well, I'm not going to give up on
No, I know.
hopefully one day having deans in our schools. They're there for that purpose. They can help provide the highest quality of service needed in this area, that APs could be released to do other things.
Understood.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question about the dean position. I know when I had a school in another district where we had assistant principals and deans, the deans couldn't do some of the things that the assistant principals could do as far as discipline goes. They could write it all up and everything else, but they had to get approval for following through with whatever the behavior was. So again, they'd have to go to the assistant principal to get that approval, or the principal, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. Right, and that's
So
just
you're kind of cropping out the middleman then?
outside the middleman, adding those security positions, which takes care of a lot of the supervision around the school, offsets some of the concern, I think, between the addition of the security, as well as those two assistant principals in those very specific schools, we're going to be just fine.
Okay.
Can I follow up that? I don't know if it was where you were, if it was done the same way, but in multiple schools where I, served or worked in the past, they did lower level disciplinary referrals were up to the dean to handle, because obviously with their training, they were able to do that without going to the AP for permission or whatever. But if it was a 7-day suspension, it was something that was on that egregious line, 7-day suspension or more, or of course, obviously a weapon or something that was of that higher level, that involved either ALTOS or out-of-school suspension or something of that concern, then it would come to the assistant principal. And that would be the AP who supervises that grade level. But where I was, it was like one AP for the freshman, one AP for sophomore, one dean, let me take that back. One dean for freshman, one dean for sophomore, one dean for junior, one dean for senior classes. And then you had obviously whatever AP would oversee those grades, so that there was support for the dean. But they worked really well. It was.
And we do have, we do have the success coach, or a lot of the secondaries all have a success coach. They do a lot of that low-level discipline that you're referencing, so they do a lot of that work as well.
Dr. Jones?
I was a dean at Vero Beach High School and then an assistant principal at Vero Beach Junior High, and then as a principal, we had APs. This change really happened with Eric Seymour when we lost him to St. Lucie County, and moving from dean to assistant principal was effective. The assistant principals at all our schools will do discipline. They'll tell you. But there are also other things you can do. And as a dean, I also evaluated teachers, and I did so as an assistant principal with the training. But I think if you talk to any assistant principal and they look at their responsibilities, and you try as a principal to give them responsibilities other than discipline. So it's just not that all day. But they are effective in working with discipline. They also do evaluations. They have many other responsibilities. But I know why we moved to that. And that was putting them up a little bit, just saying your higher level, an increase in salary, and higher expectations and responsibilities. And as a principal, having 4 assistant principal at the high school and then 2 at the middle school, we could divide that so that each one would have an area other than just discipline, and it worked well.
Okay. Next page is a quick overview as of all the funds within the district. Not going to go through everything, but you got a strong cash balance now of about $100 million. We shouldn't have to issue another TAN at the beginning of the year. General fund we just spoke about. Debt, you're in compliance with all your debt covenances. Your COPS will be paid off in the next 5 years in 2027, but you do have a long-term qualified construction bond that has a balloon payment in 2029. Charter school judgment was finally paid off at the beginning of this year, and the other item you have is a performance contracting loan that goes until 2032. Capital fund is in good position. Revenue expenditures are trending as expected, and you got a strong ending fund balance of about $37 million. Other funds within the district are food service, special, insurance, and extended day. Food service is performing better this year because of higher reimbursement rate and higher number of meals served. Should end somewhere around $1 million, $1.5 million maybe. Special revenue is good. That's where your ESSER funds are. We haven't spent all that money, so that's why you see a large percentage of unexpended. Insurance fund is positive. We have an ending fund balance of about $7.9 million. 5% increase in premiums for next year. And extended day also is trending as expected. It's in positive and probably has a current ending fund balance of approximately $1 million. Any questions on those two?
Just congratulations on the insurance fund. It's looking
Yeah.
good, big time.
That's always been kind of a bug. I have a question about the fund balance. So a lot of times when you see, when unions see that much money in the fund balance, they think we have all this extra money to be able to allocate higher raises and things like that. What is it that the communication is with the union about the fund balance?
There's 2 fund balances. There's a beginning fund balance and there's an ending fund balance.
Mm-hmm.
The board has a policy of a 5% budget ending fund balance, and you will see that, and you have seen that every year that the budget has been approved. The ending fund balance is, well, I plan to spend $100, but I only spend 95, so I'm going to roll an extra 5. Next year, you're going to budget that extra 5. It didn't go away. But if my revenues do not equal my expenditures, then you're always going to tap into your fund balance. So I may have a fund balance, but that's one-time money. Next year, when I do the budget and that fund balance comes forward, if you spend all of it, let's assume it was $30 million, and you then spend it, you give out $30 million in raises. That means the next year, you have a $30 million hole.
Right, I understand that, but how are we communicating that to our unions? That's what I'm asking.
There'll be meetings probably in the very near future once we finish this year's budget.
Okay, because I know in the past, they've come to our board meetings and said, you have a huge fund balance, how come you're not giving it to us?
I understand.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I actually have, I'm sorry.
No problem.
I guess I could ask it after this. It was a question from the former thing that we went over quickly, and I realized it was part of that, was the inventory. Yeah, all these court, or these cases that we have for things that are missing in the district.
Oh, agenda item, yes, for items that were lost, police report filed, and they have, this is like going back to 2019. This report catches up like several years, not 2000, yeah, about 2019.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of surprised by things like a bush hog tiller. Don't you think that would show up on a camera somewhere that that thing walked off?
Absolutely. That's why we file a police report and we look for it. Sometimes they do show up. We just may have not cut an area very often and it got covered up and they'll find it one day. But it's items that were been reported missing. Police reports have been filed, but to get them off the books, we go ahead to surplus them. If they show up later, we'll add them back.
And who's following up on these cases?
That would probably be in purchasing with each of the schools wherever the items are, because they go
Okay.
do annual inventory of where the items are. They'd be the ones saying, where's your bush hog? And they'd be like, well, I don't know.
Right, like the teacher tablets, I had a rule that, your last paycheck was in my hand and I needed your tablet and your keys, please. Here you go. But now I know we do everything electronically, so.
Same process with students. They have to turn in their laptops at the end of the year. Principals, teachers, when they leave, they have to turn in the keys, ID badge, and their laptop.
Yeah, because, we're looking at how much money is that's lost.
Correct.
It's frustrating.
We do have, purchasing does follow up.
Okay.
Page 6 was just a quick update on 21-22 this school year. Fourth quarter calculation came out. If you remember, we spoke about that in the third calc. We got hit with some negative FTE. We didn't earn what we had budgeted. We were down about 107 unweighted FTE and 303 weighted. Fourth calc came out, and we were up $1.4 million. We had picked up about 9%. And in the 254 program, we picked up approximately 15% more in FTE. We had discovered some reporting issues at the school level. We corrected that through Pam's area, made sure those items were updated in all the systems, and we picked up the FTE, and we expect to see that trend continue in the next year. 22.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know why we had such an increase in 254? That just stood out to me.
I don't know. That's just, when I looked at the numbers, that was the number that jumped up.
What's program?
It was 9%. Now, it wasn't that many. It was only somewhere between, you only had a total of 46 increase, so it might have been 10. That was just 254. Then you had ESOL and everybody else involved. They were just the biggest increase.
Okay,
It wasn't the only increase, it was just the biggest.
okay.
What is 254?
Program 254 ESC.
The highest level of funding for students with disability.
22-23, some highlights going into next year's budget that we're still working on. We have not finalized it. Also, I need to pause for a minute. I need to acknowledge Ms. Kim Coltman, Director of Finance. If it was not for her, the accuracy and the timeliness of your financial statements would not be completed with between her skill set, dedication, and her team. 22-23, you're going to see about a $6 million increase. Base school allocation increased 5%. Got more money discretionary and categorical. However, this will be offset by several items that are increasing in next year. Teacher salary allocation, they gave us $1.3 million more, but you got to turn right back and give it out, so there's no discretion. You got Florida retirement went up, McKay's going to go up, insurance went up, charter schools go up, and of course, inflation for fuel and energy has also gone up. That budget is not done yet. We're still working on it, so these are just estimates. We look at the budget process for 22-23, page 8. Remember, we upgraded the staff allocation model, taking into account 7-period day. We enhanced the master course scheduling. Another item we did this year was we would always get forecasts from the schools as to what FTE they thought they were going to get next year. We would use that as a budgeting basis, but since we had a hit in last year's FTE, the FTE was based on what you earned this year. If they do pick up in students this year, come fall count and come over the summer, we'll review it, but to start with, whatever you earned last year is what you get next year.
Is that on the 10-day count, Mr. Fagan?
Yes,
or-
through the
Okay.
chair, yes, ma'am. Now, if something strange happens through school choice and you got 50 new kids and nobody left, okay, you're going to call me and we're going to talk about it. But we got to make sure that if you got 50 new, did 75 leave, so you're pretty much even. But if there are some questions, we will review that over the summer if some schools have some big increases.
So when you close out the year, no school has any kind of fund balance? I mean, is everybody, you said closing out the year, ending fund balances. Do the school sites keep anything as they roll into the next year?
Through the chair, no, ma'am, all that rolls back to general fund, so they get fully funded for this year for everything.
Thank you.
Not even their curriculum? Used to be you rolled over your,
There might be some small amount of music and science that stays, but not the major curriculum.
not the major books.
No, they usually get a small allocation based on their FTE that kind of goes for them to do what they want to do, depending on what curriculum wants to do with that plan, just everybody buying whatever they want. No, you got to spend it on the specifics, or we'll pull it back and then push it back out.
Okay.
They'll always get something, but sometimes we just let them keep it and add to it. Sometimes we'll pull it back, add the New Year's, and give it back to them. They always get something. It's just the discretion on how they spend it.
That sounds like the zero balance budget.
Yes, ma'am. Quick review of ESSER 1, 2, and 3. ESSER 1 was $3.4 million. It has been fully expended in 2021, so we're fully compliant with that spending requirement. ESSER 2, we spent 99% of it so far. That all had to be spent by September of '23. And of course, the last one, ESSER 3, $26 million for us, $4 million for charter schools. This is still, quote, pending. We haven't removed any funds yet. And the last day to spend and recoup any funds is September of '24. We hope to have everything done by June of '24.
Wait, can you
Yes.
go back? So for ESSER 1, we've spent 90% so far, thus far.
ESSER
right?
1, we spent it all.
Oh, ESSER 1, we spent it all. Which one did you say we only spent?
ESSER 2, we spent
ESSER 2.
99.9%.
Okay.
9.9.
Where's the .1?
I got a couple, I
.01.
got a couple things that we haven't cleaned up yet.
There's .01 left.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's
That's a lot of money, that
I was going to say, of 13.3 million, that's quite a bit of money, at .1, so we need to identify it.
Okay.
5-year plan, this is your current 5-year plan, just to kind of give you a high point. This is 5 years' worth of revenue figures, so it's not $193 million a year. It's $193 million over 5 years. So just to give you some high level, you pay about $61 million in debt. You'll transfer about $32 million to general fund, also to pay property insurance. Portables and leasing is $7.2 million, but once we finish Sebastian River Middle School, the portable amount will go down. Technology gets about 11, and the balance is for your major construction projects.
Now, is that picture supposed to be a wish list of
Exactly.
a facility
Yes,
that we
ma'am.
want to open?
That's what Nick wants to build as soon as we get him enough money.
I like it. Kind of looks like Storm Grove.
A little
Did
bit.
it first.
IG Center.
That's exactly what went through my head. This looks really good. Oh, wait, maybe it looks like Stormbrook.
Capital Facilities Project, I want to thank Bob Michaels and Nick for all his hard work in maintaining our schools and funding the high needs here. But to give you an idea of where that $82 million goes, $17 million for HVAC, which is a must in the state of Florida. Maintenance, keep everything up and running. Building renovations, that big number of $25 million also includes your impact fee money. So that's why that's a little bit larger, because you got to spend that directly on new construction. Roofing, electrical, security, and et cetera. Again, that's your current plan. Nick will be bringing you a new plan in July or September-ish. The new slide for this year is the technology plan. As you know, for the last couple of years, we've increased the dependence on technology in the classrooms with the students and teachers. So the requirement going forward is probably going to be about $3.5 to $4.5 million a year, and that's in order to maintain all your requirements that basically go into the classroom, from laptops to infrastructure to videos to software and et cetera. Food and energy costs, as you know, a little bit of inflation kicking in. Our feeling for this, what we've actually experienced here in the district, propane has increased about 76%, diesel about 57%. Electricity for over last year is 12%. Food kind of depends on what you buy and how they deliver it. That ranges somewhere between 13 and 140%. Compared to the CPI for all cities, all foods, all items, it's only up 11%, but that kind of distorts the average. But that's some of the increases that we're actually seeing this year. And for next year, we're estimating about a $500,000 increase in propane and a $500,000 increase in electricity. Yes, ma'am.
I know you weren't here, but I'm wondering if you have awareness, you might know when you were in Miami, even Mr. Bass maybe, during the last time that we experienced inflation, what were the negatives that occurred as a result of that, and the impact of school districts? Was there a freeze in most schools? I wasn't on the board at the time, so I don't know.
You going back to 2007, 8, 9, when they cut the budget because of the
Yes, and I believe there might have been a freeze. I don't know if people lost their positions.
Yes.
But I know that there was definitely a freeze for a time being. So can anyone speak to that? Because there's a lot of people in the financial world who are really planning for this to happen.
Through the chair.
Like around the corner. 'Cause
From my experience.
This is just ridiculous.
And then I know Mr. Bass and Dr. Moore, yes, when that happens, if in 2007, 8, 9, they cut the school funding drastically. So that meant people, that you went through a rift that year. You had to, because 80% of your expense is people. So you had to downsize significantly. You had to go back to buying only what you basically needed. And it took the state of Florida almost 15 years to get back from that level you were at 6, 7, took you almost 15 years to get back to that base school allocation. That's how slow. Inflation was still increasing. Inflation from 2000 to today is probably up over 30%. Our revenue has never, ever caught back up with that. So if that continues, and if there is a crunch, there is a depression, there is a recession, and inflation goes up and funding goes down, then yeah, we'll be back to a very similar situation.
Well, we're already there. It just hasn't been, officially declared, but we're there. I mean, $5 a gallon of gas, and food is just crazy.
To the chair, and that's also why you also want to try and maintain a good, strong, stable ending fund balance. In case you do get hit one year, you can get through that year with that, and then the following year won't be so bad.
Did you want to say something?
Yeah, living through that and being in leadership in another district, it was very difficult. We had the good fortune, keeping in mind it's a very much smaller district. We had kind of saw what was coming, and we had started scaling back positions through attrition and just not filling them, doing more with less. However, I know for our insurance, we had to tweak benefits, and it was not as a lucrative package for employees, but we had to scale that back to cut the premium cost down that the board contributed. Operationally, we had to cut some things out. We removed all electrical appliances that were not in teachers' lounges. Coffee pot, lots of stuff. We set all the HVAC at a strict level that was a little more uncomfortable, but we reduced costs like that. Transportation, we we did a lot of courtesy busing that was within the 2 miles. We had to cut that out. So, it hurts in every area of the school district. Hopefully we can still maintain, and I know Mr. Fagan has done well at managing us, that we don't have to scale it back so it is so uncomfortable, but you have to take from every place you can find. I believe the base student allocation increase in 07 was 49 cents per student in comparison to $100 and something dollars per student this year.
Correct.
Were you at Glades then? And you were at Miami?
Miami, very, very similar. There was a furlough. We had to actually give back days to close the year in which we were in. They reduced administrators' working year by 10 days. There was a reduction in force in every bargaining unit. So it was significant.
At Sebastian, I had to cut 11 teachers, and I remember working very hard to, either through attrition or retirement or getting different certifications for teachers to make that work. And that was not because of FTE, just because of the budget. It was tough.
Okay. Next steps, July 18th, the board will approve the trim, which is the truth and millage advertisements that we'll publish. July 22nd is when they will be published in the TC Palm. First meeting is July 25th. That's the tentative budget, and then the final budget will be approved in September. Any questions?
I have a question, Mr. Fagan.
Yes, sir.
Maybe it's in here somewhere. Do you have the ability to have a contingency line in your budget for operations? Because no one knows, and you almost have to assume the worst in terms of the impact of inflation, cost price increases, but also the normal attrition that might take place may not, because people's 401ks or their retirement plans, based on what the market's done today, they're probably off 20%, maybe more. And people may delay what they plan for a while. But can you build in that kind of flexibility into your budget so you can move money around from line to line should you need to during the course of the next fiscal year?
Through the chair, yes, sir, we can add a discretionary line item as an appropriation to hold should something like that happen.
And not how much, but what you got a 300 and whatever it is $30 million budget here. What percentage can you put in a contingency line if there are any restrictions that gives you the kind of flexibility that you may need? Hopefully you won't.
Ballpark, I'd probably say you're probably looking at $1 million, and I can put it anywhere we like. It just means I have to take $1 million from somewhere else to carve out that appropriation. Keep in mind, the board has a 5% ending fund balance of about $8 million, so some of your contingency is buried in that line as well.
Okay.
The state requirement, oh, sorry.
As a general comment, I think, first of all, I think that you and Dr. Moore and the staff deserve a lot of credit for maintaining and/or improving your credit ratings. I think most people don't understand how important that is. That's one of the report cards that if you were making an investment, you would look at that right off the top. But this is a complicated budget, and so a lot of questions. I would just encourage people to give this advice to myself when you're one-on-one with Mr. Fagan and Dr. Moore here over the next few weeks. Be sure you understand some of these complicated things, because it'll make it a lot easier to get to the finish line when we have to vote on a final budget.
Thank you, sir.
Can you, Mr. Fagan, can you take it from the ESSER 3, from the 30 million?
You could, and that would increase my fund balance, which therefore would allow me.
You wouldn't have to worry about taking it from someplace else.
Correct.
Because it's already there.
Correct. It all depends on how, in order to get the money from ESSER 3, you have to spend the money first. So they don't give it to you up front and say, have a nice day. You have to actually spend it and then make a drawdown for the cash. So in essence, you spend it in one pot, then you shift it over to the ESSER, then I can draw the cash down.
Well, that's why we hired you to do that, right?
Yes, ma'am. Any questions?
I actually have one, but it was from the previous thing. I just noticed my note.
Okay.
The interlocal agreement for, with the county during hurricane storm situations. I know you know that when you first came in, I kind of gave you a tip that we still hadn't gotten all our money back from Jean and Francis. And that was back when I worked in the district as an administrator. So it was a little frustrating to spend, I don't know how many years trying to get that money back. So what do we have in place to try to make that happen a little quicker this time so we get reimbursed for the cleaning of the schools and things like that? And hopefully we don't have to do it, but.
Through the chair, I did have a report, but I don't have it in this book with me. I can get it to you. We still have a few hurricanes that we're still waiting for approval. Part of the process is we'll put things in and like always, like we've done in the past, but they'll come back and kick it back and say it's non-obligated, it's not approved. And you go through an appeal process. And we have a few items that are still out there like this, very small dollar amount. The most recent one I'm working on right now that I know about is about $73,000. I think it goes back to ISIS. ISIS? That's not ISIS.
ISIS.
ISIS. And then I think we've gotten, there might be a little bit from Matthew, but most of them are good. We have improved. Well, when I got here, there's a young lady by the name of Deb Heller. She is the hurricane expert. She knows how to build the sheets that FEMA wants, the backup. And when you're talking about a backup, you have to give them everything. Pay sheets. You have to basically present it into them entirely. This is how much you got paid. This is his overtime. This is how much we're claiming. We've done a very good job of maintaining that. We now submit directly to FEMA. Before we had to go through the county. The new agreement that's to the board tonight is we go directly to FEMA instead of going through the county.
That's what I was wondering, because I know that was part of the problem, is
Correct.
Waiting on two agencies.
Correct.
Okay.
The other thing is they also could charge a 5% admin fee to administer our claim, but we couldn't, but now we can directly. So we pick up a few bucks there. But now we'll be dealing directly with FEMA. So I think in the future, Lord help us if we never get one. Hopefully we don't, but the process will be much smoother.
I just know, like, I worked, I don't know how many nights, weekends for those two storms and never got a cent from it. And I was told I was going to get, money for working over the weekend and all that stuff. So, yeah, we never saw a dime. So it's interesting how that is promised and then it's not given.
Sure.
And this is still the case where we're waiting years to being reimbursed for money that people were promised.
Now, in that scenario, anybody who was promised was paid. This is just getting money back from payment. We would have already paid everybody. So anybody
I
who,
didn't see it, so, all right.
we'll have to look into that, sir. We'll have to look into that, ma'am.
That's all right, it's over and done. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Bass, salary schedule, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Through the chair, got the salary schedules coming for you tonight for approval. Gone through it with each of you. There are 3 areas that I want to bring to your attention. First one is we have a correction on page 6 in which behavior analyst is on there twice. We will be taking behavior analyst off for C. That position is at pay grade B. The other item, during our briefings, I had indicated that we needed to look at the proposed substitute/guest teacher pay. We have gone over that, and we are able to go with those amounts that we had talked about of going to $110 for a non-degreed individual who would come in and sub, and $130 for a degreed individual. We think this is going to do wonders for increasing our sub participation.
Guest teacher.
Guest
No.
teachers, sorry, I'm getting there.
Guest educator.
Old habits. So it will, eliminate teachers having to cover when other individuals are out, or TAs or whomever, in some cases administrators. And then the other one I wanted to draw to your attention was one, and I think we mentioned this to a couple of you because it was a last-minute item that came up. We also are increasing the pay for our extended day individuals. If you recall, we had a 109% collection rate over our expected revenues for the extended day this year, and we're increasing those to help recruit individuals to come and work. We had some struggles this year in having that fully staffed at times, so we're hoping that this increase in pay will help.
Do you think that it will help? Okay. I'm looking in the audience at the person
I
that
know
does
who you're
that.
looking at back there.
Okay. She's shaking her head, yes. Okay.
Mr. Bass didn't shake his head.
No.
Oh, I think it will. I'm optimistic.
Question. When's the last time we've done a salary analysis for everyone, teachers, support staff, administrators, how we compare to surrounding districts?
Last year.
Was it
Yeah,
last?
Last year.
We're always looking at it, and I know that we looked at particularly instructional staff. We've looked at that closely, and anytime you go into negotiations, you're always looking at other comparable districts. I think the one that we would need to look at would probably be the next one coming up is administrators, and looking at that. But maybe that's something we can work on for next year.
And I know I usually just look at surrounding ones, but and if we looked at it, did we change anything? I guess that's the question.
And the guest teachers, that was based on a comp study done by Dr. Suit and Ms. Oak.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bass. Final item is to review the realignment of the district office. This is an item that I've spent a great deal of thought, consideration, really looking at tweaks in the organization in order to ensure that we keep the main thing, and looking at the reality of our system today in which we currently function, and how do we design ourselves in order to ensure that every single student is provided all of the opportunities to maximize their full potential. Being here going on 3 years really gives me great insight onto the skills that the individuals who make up the school district of Indian River County have, as well as a current reality here within our system to make shifts and changes in service. So I won't go through the entire item. I will highlight some services that we've already spoken about. We did, in fact, add the grant writer, which is a position in which will fund itself. It's been advertised, and we're looking forward to funding that. We've already spoken about the support of the mental health services case scheduler, which will ultimately drastically increase the amount of time services can be provided to those individuals. We spoke through the shift or the need to realign our public records office and create an office which fall under the leadership of Mr. Fagan, really streamlining that work. We created that position with the board's approval of looking at a position that did the contracts, working with our school board attorney and district staffs and completing and facilitating contracts, as well as absorbing the public records office. We're going to go through specific training uploading the service. We spoke about adding the programming. We'll purchase that programming and really take the time to ensure that the volume of time spent around public records is drastically reduced, while at the same time being very efficient and effective and straightforward in the production of those records. In looking at my office, you'll see a couple of shifts, the addition of a chief of staff position. And I think throughout the theme of this realignment, we really want to protect teaching and learning. And as the superintendent, I think that's where the bulk or the majority of my time needs to be, supporting teaching and learning. And the reality is, as I reflect back and look at how I've spent my time, it is not where it needs to be. Understanding the reality, understanding the current conditions, but we need to design ourselves in a way in which I can put my time and invest in teaching and learning. Creating a chief of staff really ensures a few things: that cabinet members, there's no redundancies in work, and that they're fully aligned in supporting our district strategic plan, and we're really moving at a high level. Innovation, which is led by Ms. Cindy Emerson, is a big part of our district strategic plan. Housing that under my office continues me to have my thumb on that work. Not that Ms. Emerson needs any management, because she certainly does not, but to ensure that it's aligned to our vision as we grow the system out and reinvent what teaching and learning looks like. We want to continue to ensure that we have that. Embedding communications into my office. It's always been a direct report to me, but making it part of my office ensures that we're communicating the messaging of our school system out in a much more efficient and effective way. Once again, all aligned to our district's strategic plan. As you see in the Office of Communications, we are taking, or we'll take advantage tonight and say goodbye to Mr. Meyer, who has been tremendous help and support to this school district, to our community, to our children, and ultimately to our teachers. And we'll celebrate him this evening. And we are doing some things where we're pulling all things that are not directly connected to teaching and learning that easily fit in other cabinet members' positions to streamline the work in assigning those. So we're moving to a model very similar to where it was prior to my arrival, and very similar to the model that I led in Miami, where we will have a director for elementary school and a director for secondary. What this does is it ensures that we have one individual who's responsible for the curriculum, the mapping of the curriculum, and the support that's being provided in the professional development that's being provided. So principals no longer have to wonder, who do I call? Which director do I call? Is it a PD question? Is it a support question? It's one streamed line approach where one individual will be responsible both for elementary and one for secondary. We're adding shifting a position to Director of Academics Compliance and Equity. So there's a great deal of compliance that needs to be done in curriculum and instruction, coordinating with the state, facilitating of reports, working through items that overarch across the entire curriculum and instruction. We want to keep these directors for elementary and secondary in schools. So this position will ensure that we're able to get all of those requirements completed, while at the same time continue to do the work of equity. Dr. Shafty has done an absolutely outstanding job. That has been a humongous lift over the course of the last year. We have made great strides in that specific area, and as I reflect back on where we are, adding this responsibility justifies the full position of Director of Academics Compliance and Equity. So those will be the shifts in that specific area. Moving to the extended day learning services, a lot of that time is spent coordinating with buses, coordinating with what schools are going to be open and what's going to, who are we going to hire, so that there's a nice connection, a relationship to assign that under Mr. Bass's leadership to ensure that summer services and after-school programming continues, and the coordination of all those extended systems of support are right there at the fingertips. We're actually going to add technology services to the Office of Finance. Mr. Fagan leads that work. He's always led the technology piece of that work as well, but it wasn't in his office title. So to appropriately move through our system, we need to add that to a cabinet member. Mr. Faden picks up that. Department of Federal Programs is captured directly under a support service, so we're attaching that to Ms. Dampierre. Once again, a very, very easy fit, protecting, teaching, and learning, which is the area here. Creating a director of advocacy and school management. Mr. Seymour has led the district in advocacy in an absolutely outstanding way. And this kind of continues to grow his work as an assistant superintendent and looking at the school management. So as we have advocacy problems, I need to ensure that that assistant superintendent isn't constantly solving the same problem. So we're having supervision under his leadership of principals requires the balance needed to ensure that we're investing in growing administrators, assistant principals in a way that ensures as we have opportunities to improve our service or support that we're providing to our community, we're embedding those changes so we no longer are continuing to experience those departments or those issues. We're also moving school safety under Mr. Seymour as well. What that does is ensures that there a solid, singular focus on the school operations piece, while at the same time ensuring that we have this overarching focus around all other areas of the system. These changes come at a reduction to the district expenditures of approximately $40,000. So when we put them into place, we're saving about $40,000, which we're very, very proud of. This is the third realignment that we've done. Each time has come in at a cost savings, and we would expect that to continue moving forward. So all things considered, I think the system is much more efficient after board approves this item. We have a great deal of work yet to be done as we're walking into what could possibly be the start of a regular school year. And the almost 3 years that I've been here, I haven't had a regular start of the school year. We celebrated the success of our third grade outcomes, and we'll talk about those tonight during presentations, and we've been able to accomplish a great deal. But when I look at the caliber of individuals in the system and just very, very excited about what can be done at the principal level, the assistant principal level, and the district support staff level, as we now are aligned in a way to ensure that we can move in a fast and nimble way to ensure every single child has everything they need to maximize their full potential. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Board members?
Go ahead, Ms.
No, go ahead. It's fine.
I really, really like the organizational chart and how it's laid out, and it really makes sense to me as far as who's doing what, who is responsible. Just a little history, and I know what the superintendent can do. I was moved from dean to assistant principal mid-year. I asked to stay till the end of the year. I was moved on Monday. I was moved from principal of middle school to the high school mid-year. That gave me about a week. And obviously, you can move principals and principals, APs to APs. All of that is understood. The only thing I ever have a concern with, and I think about when I first applied for an AP job, is when we place someone in there without interviews, it kind of tells someone maybe I don't have hope. How can we look at that more broadly? I love that we're promoting internally. I love that. And there may be some other openings out there as far as positions, but you know, I remember when I first applied for AP, and I didn't get the first one, but I think I got the second one. But if you're being placed without interviews, what do we tell these people?
Through the chair, we do have 3 assistant principal positions that we will be posting that will go through that interview process. They are, in fact, true openings. We do have preparation programs which affords individuals the opportunity to interview each and every single day. So we do have true openings. When we have true openings, we do post them. We do go through the interview process. I think these realignments are really looking at specific skill sets of individuals that I could speak intimately through and would gladly do so, and take those very specific skill sets and align them to the very specific needs at schools. So it is really having a deep understanding of this is a skill set that this school definitely needs. I understand the authority that I am afforded in making these appointments, and it's not a responsibility that I take lightly. And at the end of the day, my livelihood is in your hands. Because if I go to each and every single one of you individually and say, can I maintain my employment if the district does not succeed? The answer is no. The answer is no. And that's the answer it should be. So looking at who are you putting in the right seats ensures that this district, at the end of the day, will move forward. So it is a great deal of thought and putting individuals in positions in which they can be successful, and I appreciate the support, because ultimately, we're really have a great deal of work to do, and I'm very excited about putting these individuals in positions in which they can excel.
And as far as our AP training, Dr. Moore, people who want to go into administration, how is that looking now? Maybe that's under a different area, PD.
So that will still remain under curriculum instruction.
Okay.
We'll continue to grow that program. Typically, what we do over the summer, we'll put the all-call or the briefings out, which allow individuals who have just are in the last stages of receiving certification or who are already fully certified to participate in that program, which gives us a deeper understanding of who we have in the pool as we prepare and build for next school year.
Ms. Rosario?
I couldn't agree more with Dr. Jones. If we don't allow for the opportunity to interview, we definitely are setting an example or precedence for people, since we are talking about climate and culture, what people feel about where they are in their position, and possibly having the opportunity to interview for a different position when, it doesn't help their self-esteem, their professional drive, to think that they have the possibility of moving up when you are not giving them or affording them that opportunity. So I would even dare to say, even if you know who you want for that position because of skill set, it's still the professional right thing to do to open those positions up for interview. The other thing that I was going to mention is why are we, and board members, I don't know if you have noticed this, when we get salary schedules, when we have had salary schedules to approve in the past, that has been under a different line or a different item. Personnel has been under a different item. And now tonight we have a combination of the reappointments. If you take a look at it, they're all in one area. I have an issue with that, because if I don't agree with something in the organizational chart, I can't provide specific feedback or than I would on salary schedules. It all falls under personnel recommendations, but these are not personnel recommendations. Personnel recommendations are all the way towards the very end. There are new job descriptions in here as well. I just think that the job descriptions should be a separate item. Organizational chart should be a separate item. Personnel recommendations of those who are coming back, or those who are leaving, retiring, that should be a separate item. To kind of put all of these as one just makes it very difficult for us to be able to talk, because if we don't agree with it, then it's either all or nothing. Whereas if you had them separately, we could say, let's pull this one particular part out and let's discuss it.
So I'm presenting the item in the exact same way I've presented it in the previous two realignments. The salary handbook is in fact a separate item.
No,
correct?
no.
Oh, the salary handbook should be the salary handbook should be a separate item.
Thank you.
I do have, so I understand if that's what you're saying, you are correct there. We can adjust that in between the two meetings and make the salary handbook a separate item. We did go through and ensure that, every single individual met the criteria. per statute as it relates to the board's approval of the item in terms of meeting good cause. So we should be good there. We do have 2 individuals or 3 individuals that we're going to make shifts to, and I'll email the board in between these 2 meetings just to update those based on information we received today.
So what about the personnel? Personnel recommendations should also be a separate item. What you have, since you've come here, and I notice that this is an ongoing thing, I'm not sure if the board has actually addressed it or not. I know that I've brought it up on other occasions, but I remember a time when we first, I don't know if other board members might remember, I remember a time at the very beginning when I was first elected that we had personnel recommendations and then positions separately. And since you've come on, they've kind of merged into one. So those are also two separate things. So a position, the chief of staff, for example. Chief of staff would be a different item versus the personnel recommendations of those who are returning and those who are not. So those should also be separated as well, because the position, the job description is not a personnel recommendation. If you look at the agenda has personnel recommendation, that's the title, and all of these things are under that one title, and they're not all personnel recommendations.
I would see them all as personnel, whether it's a changing of a position, a job description, it's all dealing with personnel. So, and looking at with the previous school board attorney, what's the most appropriate and efficient way to bring this item to the board, that's how I was advised. To me, it all does fall into personnel recommendations. I receive what you're saying, but
Yeah.
it is, and it doesn't not make sense, but I do see them all as personnel recommendations.
Except the salary book.
Yes, you got me on that one.
Okay. Well, it would be up to board members too.
No, that's
It would
that's
make
easy.
our, I think,
They are,
in the
those
future,
are
would make
different. Those are different.
our job a little bit easier.
I'll just say, I understand that. They're all different buckets. If a board member wants to pull it,
Yeah.
they can pull it. Here's the problem, you're not going to know what they're going to pull because there's so many items. So, but you can pull it and say, I'm going to pull item I want to just talk about the organizational chart. And I think that works. So I'm not too worried about lumping them all together, but otherwise I think that the bar on the left is going to get way too long. So it used to be in the past that they were all in action. Nothing was in
Yes.
consent.
I know, that was the other thing.
And that was too much. So I think, yeah, we've kind of flip-flopped, but board members have the right to pull an item anytime they want, so
What?
I'm okay with it.
Why did that change? Why did it go from action to consent?
Because when, that actually happened under Dr. Rendell. Everything was action, and we talked about roofing, and we talked about HVAC systems. Everything we had to be presented, and our board meetings were so long that we just said, board members have the right to move any item from consent to action. So most items should be under consent, unless it's something he knows that he's talked to all of us, and he knows that it's probably going to be long, so he'd pull it to action, or something that we've asked to pull to action.
Yeah, I just thought, if I remember, and I'm looking at Ms. Shattuck,
Who's been here
anything
the
with
shortest?
personnel, huh?
Who's been here the shortest amount of time? But
Well, but she has experience on other boards.
true.
So personnel, how do other boards do it? Because I remember, Mrs. Barenborg is right, I remember personnel, anything regarding personnel was always an action item. All the other stuff I understand, but at least personnel, new job positions, were always action items. Is that how other districts do it? How do they do it?
Thank you, through the chair. In my experience, other districts do it the same as Indian River, in that on their consent agenda, they have all of these different categories, which includes personnel, but sometimes personnel actions are action items, and how they decide on which items they want to be action items on the agenda, that usually doesn't go through me, so I assume it's just something that the superintendent or somebody else feels is something that they want to have a bit of discussion about. But otherwise, those things are on the consent agenda, and as the chair pointed out, if somebody wants to, they can pull it from the consent agenda to action. One of the board members can, if they do want discussion on it, because the purpose of the consent agenda is, you know, to make the meeting not as long for items that people don't necessarily want discussion on, but there is the ability to pull it if you do. Thank you.
So what would you consider is an action? You said an item that would have action to it would be an action item. So with regard to a change in a job description, wouldn't that be an action?
Thank you, through the chair. If I said that, that wasn't what I meant. When I said how things get on action items, what I said is, or what I intended to say was, I think it's usually the superintendent's choice. It may be other people's choice as well in some instances, but it's something that they want to have discussion on. So that's the main difference you have between consent, because you're taking action on your consent agenda. You're voting on that as well. You're approving it as well. The action items you're also approving. The big difference between them is just, do you want it as a separate action item, which is really for the purpose of, it doesn't even necessarily have to be the board wants discussion on it. It could just be the superintendent feels the need to spend a little bit of time giving some information, presenting the item.
Or board members?
Or board members can also, discuss it.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Moore, is that?
Mrs. Barenborg?
Yes, sorry.
No.
Mr. Barefoot?
I'd like to just remind all board members of what our responsibilities are. We're down in the weeds here, and I don't think we have any business being in the weeds. The superintendent is the CEO to discuss specific personnel. Is not part of overseeing policy, budgets, strategy, evaluating of the CEO. We could spend a lot of time in the weeds. That's not our job. If an individual board member wants more detail, I'm sure it's available, but it should be available in your one-on-one meetings, I think, to get into a discussion other than at the highest possible level is not appropriate. And that's the way that I think that we have to operate and the way we should continue to operate.
Okay, thank you, sir. Dr. Schiff?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Barefoot on that, and I would add that one of the things that significantly changed when Dr. Moore came in was how our board briefings worked. And so those became cabinet briefings. Those became cabinet briefings for meetings as well as individual meetings with Dr. Moore, all designed so that we could get our questions answered before we came here. So I encourage us all to take full use of that, which I'm about to display an area in which I didn't. Which is one of the things that's come up in the past is the idea, along with a director of elementary education and a director of secondary education, is the idea in that same area of a director of ESE. I have not checked, though I should have beforehand, how many ESE students we have, the scope of the needs, how much time that takes, and whether that actually warrants its own unit comparable to elementary education and secondary education. So while I'm not suggesting we change it now, I'm suggesting that it may be something we want to consider moving forward.
Through the chair, as we do this work, we don't do it in isolation, and it's a 3 or 4 month process. So in looking at the units of work under each cabinet member and who's responsible for what, a lot of conversation around ESE. One of the advantages I think this realignment captures is the interdependence each district office has on one another and in maximizing that support. So ESE currently does sit under Ms. Dampierre, and one of the things that we've been working on in the last several months, and I think with the chief of staff position we'll be able to continue to capitalize on, is bringing in other directors, even though they may work for a different cabinet member, the opportunity to to work collaboratively to create the best product for kids is in fact that way. When we look at ESE, we are making shifts to give principals the highest level of ownership regarding those school-based decisions, and move ESE to really supporting that work around compliance. And once we shift that level of ownership where it needs to be and always should have been, we'll be able to really look at providing higher levels of support where we're just not managing the work that principals can easily be doing on a daily basis. So I think as we move forward, I think ESE has done an absolutely outstanding job this year. Some of the systems and structures that I put in place is really, really moved the system forward. But yeah, we still need to collaborate to see how do we push more of that into schools to build ownership around the services for those students.
Yeah, I'm also, just to reiterate so that it's publicly known, I know that in all of these shifts, that due to the pandemic, there were a lot of shifts that couldn't happen at certain times and realignments that you would have hoped to have made had we not been in the pandemic for the last 2 years. So what seems like a lot of shifts now is actually the culmination of the couple of years in which a lot of those realignments might have happened but couldn't because we were focusing on other things.
Yeah, through the chair, and in the midst of that rapid changing environment to make organizational shifts, which strain an organization for probably a week or two, would have took a month or two as we were changing those responsibilities. So I think we're in a very, very stable place now, and as members inside the organization are able to step back and say, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I see that skill set there. We're actually going to be able to be more efficient and effective in terms of driving the priorities of our work.
Yeah, and I'm also clear, again, that you have had individual meetings with all of these individuals, talked through their skills, their assets, their best placement in the organization, and that's been a collaborative conversation. So I just want to also elevate that.
At multiple levels in the organization. So it's speaking with principals, it's speaking with Mr. Bass, it's speaking with Mr. Seymour, it's speaking to assistant principals themselves. It's getting feedback from colleagues. So it is a ongoing conversation where you're just not, throwing darts at a board. It is deep, reflective conversation. One of the biggest responsibilities that I have as superintendent is putting people on the right seat on the bus. And sometimes it doesn't make everybody happy. But when you look at the organization as a whole, it is looking at how do we design this system in a way so it can, in fact, maximize the potential of all children. It's not easy. You lose sleep over, but at the end of the day, the organization is going to move forward.
And I'm also aware that, again, for future consideration, I'm also aware I've had occasion to be looking a lot of organization charts in other districts lately. And I notice for some reason that a lot of assistant superintendent positions are now shifting to chief positions. And I'm not entirely sure why that is, or if that's anything we would consider in the future, or if you have any insight into why that's happening.
Through the chair, I come from the world of chiefs. I don't think we're large enough, except for Mr. Fagan, to do that. Chiefs typically had bureaus under them. We don't necessarily have bureaus. I think Mr. Bass serves as our deputy, and if you looked at the volume of his responsibilities, he's got a lot of areas under him. So it's just a layer of leadership that I don't necessarily want to add. You recall, one of the things I did the first year I got here is eliminate that executive director position. So it goes back to trying to keep the top as light as possible. I think as we begin to stabilize, we really want to refine and to get to our burn rate to be at zero, we really need to continue to shrink the district and really build and fund schools based on the allocation model, and then be smooth sailing moving forward.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to make a comment. I agree with Mr. Barefoot, and then board members shouldn't get into the weeds on personnel. However, we do get calls and emails, concerned people. Some people don't know the whole story behind the thing. They only see their perspective of it, of another personnel change. But I think it's our responsibility to do those questions in our one-on-one meetings with you, which I've done. I agree with my fellow board members that we need to please do as much interviewing as possible and making it fair. I understand when you feel like you have somebody that has the qualifications and the skills and you want to move them up, but I think it does give you some morale issues when people don't see that that is fair process in their eyes. And I think we're a smaller district. We're not a big district with lots of opportunities to move up, and occasionally you do have an opening of a principal or assistant principal, and when those openings aren't interviewed for, it makes people think, okay, I never have a chance, I'm going to leave. And we don't want to do that. So I'm going to say it again. We need to interview more. Even if, because when you interview other people, you realize, oh, there's a person that I didn't realize was going to come forward in the future. As you know, sometimes that gives you a hint of a person that could fill another role. So I'll get off my soapbox on that.
Thank you, and you have in fact been consistent, and we are interviewing for assistant principal positions.
Thank you.
Can I follow up?
Yes.
So just as a follow-up with regard to getting into the weeds, the Florida statute 1012.27 identifies your role as superintendent with regard to personnel and the powers and the duties of your job. Your job here, as it is stated in this, is to provide recommendations for the filling of these positions to the school board. The school board also has a role, also identified in statute, that says that it is the school board's responsibility to fill prescribed qualifications for positions, to provide for the appointment, compensation, promotion, suspension, and the dismissal of employees, subject to the requirements of Chapter 1012, which is the same one that I just read from before. A district school board is encouraged to provide clerical personnel or volunteers who are not classroom teachers, and so on and so forth. So it has nothing to do with getting into the weeds. It's part of our job. It's part of our responsibility to provide to you feedback and to share our thoughts and where we stand on these issues, because according to the statutes, that is our responsibility. That has nothing to do with getting into the weeds. That is our responsibility.
Okay, with that, are you done with your items?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You do have one pending
I
item.
do have one item. Board members, FSBA has asked us to please put forward our advocacy committee member and our alternate. We did this last year. Dr. Jones represented us on this committee last year to current. I was the alternate. They are asking us to do that again at this time, not wait until November. And the committee member will begin working with FSBA in early August. FSBA will then be appointing its legislative and federal subcommittee members by September 1st. I do know last time Dr. Jones attended most of the meetings, and I actually went and represented us when I went to Tallahassee to that meeting. So I actually sat on the committee when I was up there. Not done presenting.
Okay,
the
sorry, item.
sorry. Chairman will recognize Dr. Jones to give further input on this committee. And after she gives her input, please understand that we're going to be voting on this for the business meeting tonight so that we can have this in place and ready to go for our choice of who's going to be on FSBA and the alternate. Okay, Dr. Jones.
Well, the only thing is, I served on advocacy, and then I was also chosen for the legislative platform, and those two really blended well. Just for information, anyone who's interested, the advocacy, we probably met 6 to 8 times. They were online. Now, the legislative platform committee, that was
the ones I sat
15.
in on. I also sat on advocacy when I went up there.
And the legislative platform, we met almost every Friday when they were in legislation, and then had every other Friday. So that was probably a combination of 12 to 15 meetings, and advocacy was about 5 to 6. But they really blended well. What's our platform going to be? What do the board members think? We had all that on state platform and federal platform, and then advocacy just kind of usually came in right after that meeting, and sometimes it became part of it, because most of those on legislative platform are on advocacy. So just wanted to let people know it's about 10 to 15 meetings on the platform, and then advocacy was probably 6 to 8 meetings. So it was a good combination.
I will tell you one advantage that happened when I was up there in Tallahassee is I was able to get a meeting with Senator Gruters, who's in charge of Education Committee. And I left the advocacy meeting to go to that, and they found out that I had that meeting, so of course, they were very interested in giving me all the bullet points they wanted me to say, but I went there with our understanding of our platform of what Indian River wanted. But they aligned, so it was kind of nice to be able to have both of those as I went and had that meeting.
Good.
Yes.
So to move this process along, Dr. Jones, are you interested in still serving on that capacity? Mrs. Berenborg, are you interested in still being the alternate?
Sure.
And if so, then I'm happy to make that nomination this evening, if that's what the will of the board.
Well, I would certainly do advocacy again. I think it's good if somebody else does a legislative platform, just to get the experience.
I'd be alternate.
For legislative?
That one, they.
For this that we're talking about.
Advocacy?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Ms. Rosario can do it. Legislative platform, you have to put your name in and be accepted, so.
Yeah, but we're talking about the FSBA Advocacy Committee. That's what we're talking about now, an alternate. I don't mind
Right.
being an alternate,
The legislative committee is a little different.
It's different.
Yeah,
but that's not what we're talking about tonight.
right, right.
So let's just,
Well, it's
So-
it says in here, the opportunity to be considered to serve on legislative or federal subcommittees. And that's why I was asked if I'd be interested in that, and I wasn't even, I was the alternate on this, so that's why I brought that up.
So to clarify, Dr. Jones, you're interested in continuing to serve in this position?
Advocacy, yes.
Yeah.
you want to
Mrs.
still be.
Berenborg, are you interested in being the alternate, or are you not?
Well, I am. The only reason why I said maybe I should continue to do it is because when I went up there and had the meetings in Tallahassee, it helped to have that information and be able to do that. But I'm okay if Ms. Rosario wants to do it. I just feel like the legislative part, I really feel still akin to doing that and kind of know my way around in the process now and gotten some avenues of help. So I think I'd like to continue to do that.
But we're not voting on that tonight
No.
in any case.
She'll have
so.
to put her
No,
name in.
they kind of go hand in hand, though.
They
That's
do.
why I bring it up.
So, I'm sorry to belabor this, but to understand it, because they go hand in hand, are we suggesting that we should, are you suggesting
Well, this is,
that in any way, how we do this should be related to that? And if those two people should be sort of primary representatives or alternate secondary representatives on those committees, so they're aware of what happens in both committees? That's what I'm trying to understand.
I get you.
Madam Chair, this is on our agenda tonight for discussion. Can we have that discussion then? We're already at 4:40.
I think
40 minutes
the
past our
reason,
meeting, so we can continue to have that discussion this evening.
and I'm gonna make the comment that I didn't talk a lot today during the workshop. So this is my opportunity to talk, and I would like it kind of vetted out a little bit more instead of staying until 10 o'clock tonight, but I get that. Mr. Barefoot, did you want to chime in?
I'm good.
Okay, okay. The only thing I brought up about it, yeah, I'm happy to serve again as the alternate, only because I agree that the legislative and the advocacy go
That's
hand
what
in hand.
I'm wanting to understand is the
Yeah.
best way to structure. It's one decision now, but the
Let's-
decisions are tied together.
Let's put it this way, when I was up there, they pulled me twice and asked me to sit in on advocacy stuff because Peggy wasn't there, I was there, and I was the alternate. So that's why they asked for that. And it was a small committee, it was only 5 people. And I felt like I was able to give some really good help for change in FSBA, sitting in that little group, so, which was nice.
That's fine.
All right, with that, I see that Mr. Barefoot's item got moved to July. Is that correct, Mr. Barefoot?
Yes.
I'm going to let him answer, though. Oh, he just walked away. Okay. So we're good?
He did communicate to move that to July.
Okay, all right. So at this time, we will adjourn our meeting at 4:38.